and venture capital. Together, we deliver a wealth of knowledge, technical support, and more than $24 billion in financing and resource mobilization every year, backed by our AAA credit rating that allows us to borrow and lend at competitive rates. This is due also to our broad membership located around the globe, with 48 member countries, 26 in the region and 22 in North America, Europe, and Asia. But our region is at a crossroads, facing rising social demands, scarce fiscal resources to serve them, and low growth. Climate change is a real problem, not only in Latin America and the Caribbean, but around the world. That's why at the IDB Group, we aim higher. We know that the region can be a solution for these global challenges, including addressing food insecurity, nature, and biodiversity preservation. The IDB Group is the bridge that connects these solutions with the rest of the world. The region is potentially at an inflection point. We are working at the IDB Group to help the region seize this opportunity, and that's why we're implementing 3 transformational changes under the initiative IDB Impact Plus. They include IDB Strategy Plus, a new strategy for the IDB Group with 3 core objectives: reducing poverty and inequality, addressing climate change, bolstering sustainable growth. IDB Invest Plus has a new business model and a fresh injection of capital of $3.5 billion. And IDB Lab Plus has a more scalable approach to promote innovation with an additional $400 million in resources. At the IDB Group, we define our success not by the dollars we lend, but by the results we achieve. Less poverty, less inequality, more clean energy, more jobs. That's how we impact the people in Latin America and the Caribbean at a larger scale, and by extension, the world.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to Madrid and welcome to the launch of the European Bid for the Americas. This is a new program by the Inter-American Development Bank that aims to foster business opportunities and stronger economic ties between Latin America and the Caribbean and key partners from around the globe. We're delighted to welcome today you to Madrid. Hope you enjoy it. But please allow me to make a quick announcement. Today's sessions will be held in both English and Spanish. So simultaneous interpretation is available. You can take a device from the table in the entrance on the amphitheater. And channel 1 is for English, channel 2 is for Spanish. And just raise your hand and let me know. Now to kick off today's proceeding, I am pleased to introduce our host, León de la Torre, who is General Director of Casa de América, who will be followed after by Ilan Goldfajn, President of the Inter-American Development Bank, and for Carlos Cuerpo, our Minister of Economy, Trade and Business of Spain. To start us off, please join me and welcome warm León de la Torre.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, Mr. Minister, Mr. President of the IDB, members of the IDB, ambassadors, dear colleagues, welcome to Casa de América. This is a public diplomacy institution that has brought together Latin America, Europe, and Spain for over 30 years, economically, socially, and culturally. Today, we are launching a very important event. This gives us the opportunity to reflect on the transformative effect that the IDB has had and still has in the region. Casa de América and the IDB share common goals. That's why both institutions work together constantly and have a very healthy relationship. I would like to mention two recent events, one of them on digital inclusive social justice, and another event on Latin America and the Caribbean in the crossroads aimed at fostering social inclusion within the framework of the Spanish presidency of the EU. As you all very well know, since the bank was created in 1959, the links between industrialized countries and the Americas have only tried to be better. In the 70s, the IDB tried to integrate countries from outside of the Americas to mediate and share their experiences and financial resources to strengthen the IDB's efforts towards the improvement of the region. That's where the Declaration of Madrid was signed in 1974. Today, we have over 20 countries from outside of the Americas that belong to the IDB. 16 of them are European, and Spain is probably the European country with the highest participation in the IDB. This space gives us the opportunity to exchange between the Americas and Europe. This house, Casa de America, also allows us to strengthen our ties. On top of the activities linked to the Spanish presidency of the EU, we are going to host several events to effectively implement the EU investment agenda in Latin America, the EU Global Gateway. The second reason for this event today is the presentation Bid for the Americas, with the aim of fostering business opportunities and strengthening economic ties between Latin America, the Caribbean, and its key stakeholders. Today, you will have the opportunity of learning about all of the proposals that are being made by the IDB. Bid for the Americas is a door for European businesses to foster better ties and to increase investment in the Americas. The IDB will be and is the main source of financing for the region and can provide a very important support to European companies in this matter. The aim of all of this is foster social cohesion, development, sustainable development, and inclusion. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to the President of the IDB, Ilan Goldfajn. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias. Good morning, buenos días, bon dia, y por qué no, bonjour. Bienvenidos a nuestra.
Welcome to this launching event, the launching event for Bid for the Americas in Europe. First of all, I would like to thank Casa de America, this beautiful building, for hosting us today. We are in the House of the Americas in Europe, and there is no better place to launch Bid for the Americas in Europe. This program aims to create ties between European companies and business opportunities in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is an honor to have such a wealth of stakeholders and friends here. Here we have representatives of over 24 countries, among them all of the EU countries that are part of the IDB, the 16 European members of the IDB. Some of them have been together with us for 50 years, since the Declaration of Madrid was signed. I would like to thank Minister Carlos Cuerpo for his support and for being here today with us. We're going to have a fireside chat with Ms. Nadia Calviño, President of the European Investment Bank. We have a very international public, so I'm going to switch to English.
Aims to connect you with business ventures in Latin America and the Caribbean while fostering development with greater impact and scale. Today, I'm going to talk about opportunities that Latin America and the Caribbean offers European companies, and about how the bid for the Americas can be a bridge between you all and Latin America region. Let me spend a few moments just talking about the deep connections between Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean. In so many ways, Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean are natural partners. We have a deep kinship that spans economic, financial, cultural, and even culinary ties. I didn't want to say soccer, because we have brought you Messi, but also Vinicius Jr. for that. We also speak languages that originate in Europe. Hablamos español, como bien, mas a gente fala português também. E also French. More broadly speaking, our region shares our commitment to democratic institutions, transparency, and rule of law. That is a very important tie, the values. We share deep business and economic ties. Just to tell you what is the trade between European members of the IDB and Latin America, it's already above $300 billion in trade. What about FDI? The accumulated stock of FDI of the European members is 600 billion euros. So the trade is strong and the FDI is even more strong. So we are committed not only to have the shared values that I mentioned, but also today in this polarized world to promote dialogue and common ground. Since my first day at the IDB, I have looked, and the IDB has looked, to build bridges, to foster consensus rather than dissensus. We consider the IDB a natural place to provide bridges. What type of bridges? Sometimes the bridges are between one government and the next government that follows in the region. A natural bridge for us is between the private sector and the public sector, because this is where we have the IDB, IDB Invest, and IDB Lab. Another bridge, and this is what we're doing today, is between Latin America and the Caribbean and the rest of the world. So we are the bridge for the Americas. And today, we are expanding that mission with the bid for the Americas. Let me tell you the collaboration of the IDB with the European partners. As I mentioned, we have 16 European members at the IDB. They help us do our work. The IDB is a strong partner in helping Europe achieve the union of European and Latin America and the Caribbean Global Gateway Investment Agenda. We were there when it was announced. We were there helping organize an EU LAC business roundtable last year. We have shared IDB project in the Global Gateway Agenda. We have projects there. And we have another project, almost $15 billion of projects that we are doing with our European partners. So there's quite a bit of alignment on projects together and project with the Europe through the IDB. Let me give you an examples. We like to give examples because we are the implementers. We are the concrete ones. So under the IDB's One Caribbean program, the EU and the IDB signed a grant, a $3 million grant that includes also an IDB $2 million investment last year for climate change adaptation in one of our countries, in Suriname, in Paramaribo, where we have a sustainable investment in mining and energy. So another example was in El Salvador, increasing the broadband access, also a joint effort with our European partners. But a big project is the Amazon Forever program, where we have a very large support from European members for the development of the Amazon region. In particular, for example, Spain has contributed just recently, last year, for us, resources for us to develop the Amazon bond that we are developing with the World Bank. We are aggregating, we are cooperating, and we are doing it with Spain helping us, with the World Bank, with the 8 members of the Amazon members. What about our colleagues of the EIB or others? Well, we are partnering. We have joint pool resources. We will continue to do it. Let me give you examples with the EIB. We co-financed with the EIB 125 million in Peru and Ecuador to integrate the electricity. Last year, the EIB and the European Commission announced they will match 140 million guarantees to Barbados. We are working on a debt swap with Barbados, where we exchange the debt for climate resilience infrastructure for clean water. This is with the EIB, this is for Barbados, this is for resilience, this is for clean water. But it's not only the EIB, the AFD, the French agency. We have jointly financed $6.3 billion together with them. And that's also true with the KfW of German Equivalent Agency. And we also with Spain. So the point I'm making, that there are very important cultural ties, very important value ties, a lot of economic ties. The IDB has been contributing together and collaborating with governments and has been collaborating with European institutions. But what is our vision for the region and the collaboration with Europe for the future? Well, it's not going to be a surprise for you that we see the region that faces many challenges. We call it the triple challenge of social, on fiscal, on lack of growth, on natural disasters that are coming all together. But I have said, and the IDB has provided a vision where we believe we are in a moment of a potential inflection point. Why? Because for the first time we see that, of course, Latin America, in the lens, they need the rest of the world, they need Europe, they need the investment, they need the direct investment, the ties, economic ties. But for the first time, there is a need for the rest of the world, of Latin America, to be part of the global solutions. And I can give you 3 very clear examples of the global context where the Latin American and Caribbean contribute to solve the issues. Clean energy. There's no way we're going to have the transition without Latin America contributing to clean energy. It already has double the renewable energy than the rest of the world. We will be able to export clean energy for several ways, green hydrogen and others, to the rest of the world. Number 2, food insecurity, big global issue. 40% of the trade today is already coming from Latin America, Caribbean. If we do the right investment and the right projects, we can feed the world. Last but not least, Amazon, nature, CO2 absorption. That's a very important line for the rest of the world. In addition, in today's fragmented world, we see an opportunity to promote integration, not just with the Americas, between the countries, but also between the relatively democratic, free of conflicts, Latin America and Europe, and we should take advantage of key supply chains in the region to integrate the region and integrate the region with Europe. Bid for the Americas. I'm talking about integration with Europe. Well, this is what we're doing here. But let me start saying about the role that we give for the private sector. We believe the private sector is very relevant for the future. It is the one that will give dynamics for growth. It is the one that will provide the financing, because there's not enough resources for the climate change, for the food insecurity, everything we want to do. So the private sector is very important. So the IDB is transforming itself to help the region take advantage of the opportunity, but also to be able to provide the private sector the resources. Today, 40% of the lending of the IDB goes to the private sector for the IDB Invest and IDB Lab. But we just had a capitalization of $3.5 billion for the IDB Invest, an authorization for a replenishment of $400 million for the IDB Lab. So the private side will be double its size in the next few years in the IDB. The IDB will be truly a private sector multilateral development bank with synergies with the public sector. That's the comparative advantage. Back to the bid for the Americas. It is with the private sector. What are we doing? We are connecting the companies to the region. How are we going to work together? Well, let me give you examples again with companies. IDB Invest and Telefonica, we have here some, have collaborated with the Internet for All project, providing 4G internet access to over 2.2 million people in Peru, 12,000 rural communities. IDB Invest and Enel in Colombia, financing 400 electric buses for Bogota that can reduce CO2 emissions by almost 240,000. IDB Invest and Engie in Chile had the world's first pilot project to monetize the cost of decarbonization. It's a $125 million financial package that supports. So, examples of collaboration with the companies in the region. We are doubling our size in the private sector. We will be able to finance also more companies in the region, but also more European companies investing in the region, including the Spaniards. The bid for the America has 3 pillars. Number 1, procurement. Let me tell you that we have 12,000 contracts per year of procurement. $4.4 billion in projects, just infrastructure and procurement. We need to spread the world. We need to bring more European companies to the bidding process, more US companies to the bidding process. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it with the Bidder Center, which provide resources to understand the bidding procedures, to help companies participate, to get the information where it is. How else are we going to do it? We're going to build the Americas app. It's an app where you can get there and know about the infrastructure companies, how they are going to be funded, what are the tenders, what is the business, where do we have the 12,000 contracts. We're going to do it for the infrastructure, but for bid for the Americas app, we'll be doing it for all the sectors. And once we get the European companies bidding, they have a large probability of success. The numbers say that the probability of success of the European companies is around 50% for every time they bid. Second pillar, financing. As I mentioned, it's important to finance. We focus on mobilizing resources from us and from others to finance. And last but not least, trade and investment. We're going to help navigate the regulation, to reduce trade barriers, to talk to the governments, how can they provide a better environment. But we're going to also facilitate our partners through business matchmaking events that can connect international firms, having our Connect Americas, which is our network platforms for all the companies. So let me close here, just summarizing what I said. We at the IDB think that Latin America and the Caribbean could be at an inflection point and has huge potential to help solve shared global challenges. But the region needs to seize these opportunities. Latin America and Caribbean needs Europe, but Europe needs the Latin American Caribbean, especially in this new global context. Europe and Latin American Caribbean are natural partners with shared cultures and values. Our shared ties are not just an historical feature, they are an incredible opportunity. And through the European Bid for the Americas, we can build on these ties, not just to earn a return on your investment, but to help solve some of our biggest shared challenges like climate change and food insecurity. So through Bid for the Americas, the IDB can be your gateway, your bridge for the Americas. We are eager to work with you and help you make a bid for the Americas. Thank you. Le voy a pasar la palabra a nuestro gobernador.
I will now give the floor to our governor of the IDB in Spain, the Minister Cuerpo, and I would sincerely like to thank Spain for its extraordinary support to the IDB Group, particularly to the Bid Invest and its growth, and the Bid Lab, which is our innovation lab. Spain is a founding member of Bid Lab, and it has been with us since the beginning. It was established in 2023. In these years, we have collaborated with the public and private sector of Spain, and over 60 Spanish companies have collaborated with the Bid Lab in various roles. The decided substantial support of the Spanish government to Bid Lab and Bid Invest has contributed decisively to reach the goal of reaching the critical point we need in Bid Lab. So I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank Spain as well as the European members for everything they have done for IDB. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, presidente Goldfajn, por sus palabras y por ponernos en el centro de la importancia.
Thank you very much, President Goldfajn, for your comments. As we said earlier, I'd like to ask you to give a warm welcome to give the Minister of Spain, Mr. Carlos Cuerpo. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you. Obrigado. I should speak Portuguese now. Well, I will stick with Spanish. Relax. Thank you very much for the invitation to this event. It's a pleasure to be here precisely celebrating the 50th anniversary of that Madrid Declaration of 1974 and its belonging to the bank or membership in the bank, and holding this meeting in such a great place. So I'd like to thank the Casa de América for hosting us. It's the perfect setting for the IDB to announce the ambitious program it has for Bid for the Americas that should contribute to reinforce those links and bonds between Europe and our companies and the investment opportunities that are arising in Latin America, but as we say, also reinforcing the role of connection, the connecting role of Spain between the European Union and the continent. The President also mentioned it, that the context in which we are having this meeting cannot be ignored, the changing global context that requires us to react. And so we are adapting to it, and Europe is at a decisive moment with a window of opportunity to take advantage of these changes towards a better future. Just a week to go for the European elections, a unique opportunity to define the course and the future of the continent in the next few years. Among the big debate that we're having in Europe, there is the debate on competitiveness of member countries and of the Union is reaching a critical point. We are aware of the urgency of making headway in this area, and the diagnostic is quite clear, beyond which we have the necessary tools and resources to face this challenge. And among these tools were those mentioned by the later report, such as being able to exploit our inner markets, the single market of 450 million consumers. Also, we have the exterior dimension as a strong point of the Union, which is reinforcing our global economic influence through reinforcing our bonds and links with Latin America and the Caribbean as a priority area. And there's a world competition worldwide. We're not only in Europe, and other economic actors are making efforts to avoid lagging behind. So it becomes more relevant to have these bridges with Latin America, as Goldfajn was saying, strategic alliances between different regions of the world. So we have the economic and social and historical links. We are natural partners, and this is shown by the figures. In the 90s, the European Union was the main investor in the region and the biggest supplier of cooperation funds, and also the third most important trading partner. And any specific data that we look for example, direct foreign investment into Latin America, has increased 50% to reach in 2022 over $208 billion, which is gives an idea of the scope of this relationship. 43% of direct foreign investment between 2010 and 2021 in the region came from the European Union. So this aggregates number of 800 million or billion of investments in Latin America and the Caribbean. When these numbers are translated into projects and the impact on development, it becomes a key factor in the evolution of the countries in the region. In what concerns Spain, I think this is highly relevant. We are the second investor in many countries of the region, behind the US, and third also most part of the countries. I think that knowing that 25% of the total stock of foreign investment of Spain is going to the region, around 136 billion euros, this is another important sign that gives us an idea of the importance that Spain and our companies give to this bilateral relationship. We're talking about investment, about trading relationships. Over decades, we have worked to establish trade agreements that have evolved and delved deeper in their scope. There's still room for improvement. We're also working to finalize preferential agreements between the European Union and the multiple countries of the region. In a changing context, as I mentioned, and with a potential in this of Latin America and the Caribbean, which is a huge potential as regards natural resources, as regards its impact in climate change, and also in biodiversity, water capacities, critical materials, and for generation of renewable energies. Also, as Ilan said, a pillar to provide food security worldwide. All these are arguments so that the European Union and the Caribbean and Latin American countries will play a fundamental role in the current global scenario, but also in the future. And here we would like to mobilize sufficient aid and financing with the governments of the region and the IDB, of course, so that the projects that the region needs to capitalize all of these benefits will be carried out. So, more than ever, Europe should look at Latin America and the Caribbean as a key partner to design a world that appears to be divided and becoming multilateral, and that democratic values and promoting environmental care should not be opposed. This context of Spain, due to its geographical position and its historical links, is in a perfect situation to act as a mediator between, or a bridge between Latin America and the European Union. Our relationship has become stronger in the past years, and our companies are our main ambassadors who have reinforced these links and promoted the economic development of the region. Spain has recognized for a long time the importance of continuing to build bridges. We have, among this, the promotion of the foreign agenda of the European Union with Latin America. In our summit during last year's presidency of the European Commission, the leaders committed to reinforce the links between both regions. In the digital sector, raw materials, energy, and other sectors, as well as the social element that is ever present in this shared agenda, with a totally capitalization in the area of 45 billion euros, that is in the global gateway, in specific projects, over 130 projects selected by the countries, the receiving countries, with the contribution of multilateral banks. Also, this shows also shared responsibility. In this regard, the IDB was a key partner. I would like to personally thank the commitment of the President and of the bank in this initiative, because not only they made an initial contribution, but they want to continue contributing with new projects to this initiative. And this is a good sample of the shared interests. Projects such as green hydrogen in Chile, the metro in Lima, or this important initiative for the Amazon basin waters. And these projects are characterized by sustainable growth, and that aims at reducing the social and environmental gaps in the region. Accordingly, I am very pleased to see that this meeting is being held in Madrid, and that we can publicly offer our cooperation to continue working together with the IDB and strengthening these important links between our regions through this tool provided by the bank. Yesterday, we celebrated that 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Madrid, that was the admission of 13 non-regional countries into the bank, and this has grown. The non-regional presence is now of 16 European countries, and I think that the path of cooperation has only one direction, which is continuous growth. I would like to end by making some specific comments as regards the gratitude we have towards the President and the work the bank is doing in the region. Being more specific, there are three main aspects. The first, the vision of the bank. I think that the assembly held in Punta Cana just a couple of months ago was very successful, and I would like to congratulate the bank for that, with the approval of a new institutional strategy of the bank that reaffirms the commitment of the bank with topics which are crucial for us to have in the regional agenda, such as gender equality, climate change, integration of the regions, the institutional capacity of the member states, the importance of the rule of law and citizen security and safety as key factors in our view for the development in the region. Also, the bank continues to strengthen tools that are essential to promote the role of the private sector and to have an increasing presence of large companies, but also SMEs in Latin America. In this regard, the reinforcements provided by BID Invest and BID Lab will continue to be important and will have the support of Spain as a contributor and donor. I would also like to thank the IDB for its leadership in what concerns reforms of the global financial architecture. We are in the process of redefinition of multilateral global banks, in which the voice of the IDB is widely heard, together with the World Bank. We also has an important role in other forums in the G20 to promote and strengthen the connection between multilateral banks with the rest of the international financial community, to mobilize funds more efficiently and to promote public-private cooperation, which is a crucial element for the development in the region. The last point I would like to emphasize is the ambition, the factor of ambition, which is also part of the motivation for the participation of Spain. We have always defended in all forums the importance of being ambitious when mobilizing all the financial resources necessary to facilitate the activity of multilateral banks. We have also been very adamant in pointing out the importance of giving special transfer rights to multilateral banks. The IDB has been a pioneer in this initiative to channel those resources to the countries who need it the most. And we should all continue making progress so that we can all participate in this rechanneling and joint utilization of these resources, which many times are inactive in advanced countries, but which are very necessary in other regions of the world. So I think that this summary of the action of the IDB is a clear example of a positive narrative that demonstrates that the multilateral system works and it is fulfilling its objectives. So without further details, I'd like to end by summarizing with a message I have given on several occasions. Europe should look at Latin America and the Caribbean as a key partner to continue to design a world anchored in the traditional values of multilateralism based on democracy and support for environmental and social development. In this case, both the IDB and Spain will be together supporting these initiatives. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Minister, for your kind words.
If you know, but Madrid has been honored as one of the top 3 world cities' best places for business tourism. Not only for our infrastructure, but only for our hospitality, our gastronomy, our weather, our culture, and because it's a very safe place. So once we're here, we're really pleased to have this big event held in Madrid. We're in Madrid, but we're in a very special place as well. So before we continue, I would like to give a special thank you to our host and partners, Arcasa de America. They're open their doors for us today to this majestic venue just to launch this important program. I don't know if you know well where we are, but Casa de America is a very emblematic building. We're placed in Plaza de Cibeles, which is, if you don't know, is one of more iconic, mystic, and mysterious places of Madrid and Spain. So once this is ending, if you have the opportunity, please stop by and talk about it, because it's a beautiful place. So thank you for your hospitality to Casa de America. Today, for this European launch, we welcome public and private sector partners from all across all 16 European member countries of the IDB Group. We are honored to have speakers from Europe and Latin America and Caribbean, all to have a conversation around three key areas, as Mr. Goldfajn said before. We have to speak about the collaboration between the two regions, sustainable regional infrastructure, digitalization and inclusion, and clean energy. If you're sharing in social media what is happening today, and I hope you are doing it, please do it. Take your mobile and do it. Please make sure to use our hashtag BID for the Americas when you do. And if you get thirsty, just a quick announcement, we have a coffee available all morning. You just have to go to the terrace up lever next to registration, and it's available for you. Now it's our turn to welcome our first panel discussion of the day, Regional Sustainable Infrastructure. This session will explore the potential of infrastructure investments in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is a crucial sector for sustainable economic development. Joining us for this panel, we have, please be given a welcome, Claudia Centurion, Minister of Public Works and Communications of Paraguay. Welcome. Thank you. Elisa Carbonell, CEO of ICEX Spain. Welcome. Rogelio Frigerio, Governor Entre Ríos Province, Argentina. Welcome. And Beatriz Caja, which is Global Head of Structured Finance Group Safir Spain. Welcome. Our moderator for this session is Elizabeth Roberts. You had to show me how to pronounce that well. Roberts. Thank you very much. She's the Chief of Investor Energy Division of IDB Invest. Elizabeth, over you. Thank you very much and welcome.
Muchas gracias. ¿Ustedes me escuchan? Muy bien.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you. And welcome for the opportunity to talk about infrastructure, which is very important for us. I'm the chief of the infrastructure and energy team of Bininvest. I work with private sector companies in energy, transport, health, education, waters, sanitation, and we have many partners in Europe. So it is a pleasure to be with you here. We know that the infrastructure is a key driver of economic growth and social development, as well as environmental sustainability. However, Latin American countries are facing important gaps in infrastructure that limit their potential and competitiveness. According to the IDB, the region needs to invest about 5% of its GDP annually in infrastructure to close this gap with other regions and meet the demands of their populations. However, the current level of investment is only in the area of 2.8% of the GDP, which involves a deficit of about $150 billion a year. One of the main challenges to increase investment in infrastructure is the limited fiscal space and the public debt restrictions of many countries, particularly after the COVID pandemic. So we use the investment of the private sector as crucial to close this gap and support the recovery and resiliency of the region. However, attracting private capital to infrastructure projects requires overcoming some barriers like regulatory uncertainty and funding bridges. We have with us a very good panel of high experts who will discuss the status of investments in infrastructure in LATAM and the Caribbean, and specifically and opportunities to investment and the strategies to mobilize additional private investments. first I will ask you to say a few words about your organization and sort of basically a brief introduction to stay within time. First, we have Rogelio Frigerio, who is the governor of the province of Entre Rios in Argentina. Starting with you, Rogelio, what is your vision of the economic development process of development of the region, and what priorities can you identify as regards infrastructure? So, good morning. I'd like to thank the IDB for the invitation. My name is Rogelio Frigerio. At present, I am a governor for just over 5 months of a province in the central region of Argentina, Entre Rios. I was Interior Minister and Public Works Minister at previous periods, also Secretary of Economic Policy in the 90s, that is. The region is coming out of a decade that could be defined as the second lost decade after the 80s, after the fall of the levels of GDP, the incapacity to grow sustainably after this decade of growth of 2003 to 2013, driven by the prices of commodities and a weak dollar. The region, again, partly due to the insufficient capacity of generating investments in infrastructure, it lacked growth or very small ratios of growth. So I believe that the key to achieve sustainable growth and economic and social development involves, as you said, doubling the investment in infrastructure in our countries, above all in relation to the highway network, communications, the road transport, energy. We also have specific issues in our country. Argentina and Brazil are federal countries, the two countries in South America that are federal governments. And in my country, for the first time after many decades, we are addressing the core of the macroeconomic problem we have, which is the fiscal imbalance, which drives the highest inflation in the region and perhaps in the world. This decision taken by Argentina to counteract inflation and fiscal imbalances modified the responsibilities between the different levels of government. The national government, on the basis of this need to reduce public expenditure and achieve fiscal balance, has given up on many functions that are transferred to the provincial governments, as I am the governor of one province, and part of these responsibilities are also referred to the provincial governments, like infrastructure. We are responsible of safety, health and education, are also responsible for infrastructures, expecting, with the exception of some national public works. So the weight of this investment is up to the provinces, without discussing about the resources to carry out these policies, and without having credit, because at least in my country we haven't recovered our currency or credit either. So we have a huge challenge ahead of us. So we promote PPP, public-private participation, but we know that this doesn't reach where it should. Above all in conventional public works, which require credit and a special assistance by multilateral institutions like the IDB, which are considering the possibility of working closer with the provincial governments, and that would be a good idea for a province like mine, like Entre Rios, that would greatly benefit this participation in these projects. So thank you very much. Now, Elisa, the ISEX of Spain has an important role in the promotion of investments And for you, which are the main opportunities and challenges that Spanish companies find in carrying out investments in infrastructure projects in Latam and the Caribbean? Very well. I have the best job in the world because I direct the ISEX, which promotes prosperity through the internationalization of projects. Infrastructures are clearly linked to the prosperity of a country, its economy and ecosystems. As regards the relationship of Spanish companies with Latin American companies is long-standing. Many companies have been invested in infrastructures for the long term in order to generate employment and a stable middle class, transfer of know-how and technology, and they have produced great iconic public works in Latin America, but also public works and investments that resolve issues like the integral cycle of water or renewable energy. So, in 2022, after we overcame the dip of 20% in investments caused by the pandemic, now we have gone over 70 billion euros. But of these grants, only 20% were given in Latin America. In 2020, they accounted for 30%. So what happened here? Why did Spanish companies taking less tenders in Latin America? I think there are three factors. First, very attractive markets for Spanish companies like Australia or North America. Spanish companies right now are adopting an integral approach of the complete cycle of the project, from funding, design, construction, and operation, and as well as subsequent maintenance.
On the other hand, we have very greatly reduced activities in some Latin American countries because we are seeing some price revisions and policies being passed. As the ministry said before, we need to be ambitious. That's why I would like to focus on future opportunities. Argia, a consultancy that has a very well economic analysis model, published recently online an analysis of the Global Gateway initiative by the EU and other initiatives. This report shows very interesting data. If Latin America and Europe complement their investments with a regulatory agenda involving the private sector, something that we've mentioned in the past, we could go from a current commitment of 45 million euros to a potential commitment of 180 billion euros. That would generate 2.5 million decent jobs. So I think that we are at a turning point. We have great opportunities ahead of us. And since you were mentioning ISEX, what are we doing in ISEX? We have here the governor of Entre Rios in Argentina. Well, in Argentina, we will receive in September the Ministry for Transportation to speak about the railway system. In Buenos Aires, we have been requested information regarding electric tramways, electromobility, long-distance electric bus management, and hydric management. In Paraguay, yesterday, ISEX held an event on smart cities. The Paraguayan government presented their plans for electric transports, electric buses, and ecological transport in general. In ISEX, we're trying to put in place the mechanisms and open the opportunities to foster this investment in sustainable infrastructure. We always hear a lot about a gap in infrastructure, a gap in projects. There are many people saying that there are no projects to be financed. But I think that we need to foster these opportunities, and ISEX plays a very important role in it. I would now like to talk about SACIR. You have many projects in the sector. What are the financing models, innovative financing models or investment strategies that have appeared as a tool to finance infrastructure projects in Latin America, particularly to foment capital markets? Can you hear me? Well, I'm Beatriz Caja. I'm the Structured Financing Director in Grupo SACIR. We have been working for over 35 years. We are in the IBEX 35, and we carry out PPPs for innovative sustainable infrastructures with high technology and digitalization. Thank you for inviting us. Latin America is one of our main markets. We're happy to say that we are the second biggest infrastructure multinational company present in Latin America. Answering to your question, what are the new innovative financing models that are appearing? Before answering your question, I would like to explain why this model came about. Why have we developed capital markets for infrastructure? Infrastructure projects have a common denominator. They are very fund demanding, let's say. If we were to define who the main agents are in these projects, would have finances, governments, and companies that carry out the project themselves. Those three stakeholders share a common objective. We're beyond the rentability and profitability and cost-effectiveness analysis. We need projects that have a social impact, that are sustainable and environmentally friendly. That common objective, Elizabeth, is what made for our financing to adapt to this context. I would like to highlight three main pathways, and I'm going to present them by order of importance. First of all, multilateral companies and international multilateral banks. These institutions have long-term financing options with very good conditions. This also offers guarantees and technical assistance with an environmental focus. So these banks, the IDB in particular, has generated value and attracted investments that, because of their characteristics, they would not be able to take on certain risks because they do not have any ways of mitigating them. But thanks to the IDB, they have had the opportunities to participate, to bid, and to finance in these markets. That's why this market has grown so much in the past few years. Secondly, we also have bonds. Bonds, they're not new, but impactful bonds such as green bonds and social bonds are growing in importance. Green bonds are related to improving the environment, agriculture, comprehensive water cycle, land management, etc. Social bonds are projects whose profitability is linked to the social impact that they generate in the community or in society within the framework of the project itself. I would like to give you an example. Together with IDB in Colombia, we have issued the first and biggest social bond in Colombia. It is a highway that goes from Comichaca to Pasto, two regions in the south of Colombia, really near to Ecuador, 83 kilometers that have profited 150 million people. Why? What did it generate a social impact? Because it has increased connectivity, reduced the time of transport in over an hour. It has generated jobs, 13,000 jobs, either directly or indirectly. We have carried out 1,400 training sessions in terms of occupational safety and health, CDP, etc. That's the kind of social impact that we like to see in our projects. Private investors no longer have approved financing if these projects do not have a social sphere or a green sphere. That's why all of these factors make for these new capital markets to come about. Otherwise, we would no longer be able to carry out these projects. I totally agree. Capital markets have a very important role. It is growing year on year. That's why we're trying to see why investors like long-term projects and having smaller but more regular return on investment over the years. Well, now I'd like to give the floor to Minister Centurion. Thank you for being here. You have the challenge of creating the projects that need to be financed and invested on with the help of IDB, SACIR, etc., right? For Paraguay, what are the main challenges in terms of infrastructure, and what are the opportunities that you see to create bonds with the with the private sector? Well, thank you. I'm Claudia Centurion, Ministry for Public Works and Communications in Paraguay. Before answering your question, I would like to explain a little bit more about Paraguay. Paraguay is in the center of Latin America. We have 406,000 square kilometers, more or less the same size as Germany. 6,800,000 people, very young population, 50% of population, or rather 30% of our total population has less than 30 years old, and we have a very young population. We have a great macroeconomic stability, which is one of the main conquests of our country in the past few years. This generates a very prosperous investment environment. You can come visit us, and if you exchange guaraníes, the currency will not be devaluated the next time you come. We have a stable inflation of 4%, which is way below our inflation target. We have an external debt of 30%. So we have very enabling conditions for investment, for private investment in our country. Nevertheless, in terms of infrastructure, we have a very important gap. There is a need of investment of around $24 billion, 15 billion in key and critical infrastructures, and the rest in the maintenance of existing infrastructure. Transport is one of the most important topics. We need better highways. We also need very big investment in water and sanitation. We have developed 15% of our waste management system, but that generates a great opportunity to continue improving our national infrastructure. We also have a very important opportunity in the sector of telecoms. So we have very good macroeconomic conditions, a strategic geographical location for logistics development in the region. We have a policy centralized in fostering hydrological pathways, but in order to exploit all of these potentialities, we need to foster our infrastructure. Our macroeconomy that the whole of the country has been protecting for quite a while. That means that infrastructure development needs for the participation of the private sector. So we have a political framework that encourages the participation of the private sector through our PPP Act and through our Tender Act. Yes, we have been collaborating from the IDB to develop projects within the framework of the PPP Act. Mr. Governor, we've been discussing a lot about regional integration because the Americas is a very wide region with a wide array of resources. How do you see regional integration? How can we foster investment in terms of infrastructure with a view of furthering the integration of the region? Well, first of all, our region has great potential. As a result of several factors such as the energy transition, the fragmentation of international trade, the political changes that we see day after day, our region has the potential to play a key role in the world. And in order to make the most of that, we need for the region to be integrated. Integration is a prerequisite for social and economic development. Not only integration with other countries in the world through trade. My country and many other countries in the region are deploying great efforts to draft a free trade agreement between Mercosur and the European Union. That would be essential for us. We also have to add infrastructure integration in the region that plays a decisive role to improve competitiveness and to improve the social and economic conditions of our population. But there's quite a lot to do. The other day, I met one of the main exporters in Argentina to Japan, and he said that the cost to bring his goods from his headquarters to the ports in Argentina was higher than taking those goods to Japan. We need to change that. That cannot be. And that affects my country and many other countries in the region. There's a lot of work to do. Quite humbly, I'd say that we need to copy, to imitate what Paraguay is doing and what many other countries are doing in these lines. But integration does not only have to do with economic integration. We also need social integration. In the region, there are social indicators, very poor social indicators. In my country, 50% of the population lives below the poverty line. Among young people, the rate is 60%, and informal work is of around 60%. Those are the biggest challenges to tackle in my region and in my country. How can we foster formal work, employment, and exiting poverty? And integration is fundamental for this. If we want to have better education, we need for our kids to be able to get to school. And sadly, because of a lack of good highways, of good roads, children cannot get to schools. If we want to improve healthcare, people need to be able to access those healthcare providers. So in countries such as mine, in provinces such as my province, Entre Rios, we have a great potential in many, many ways, but we need aid. And I think that multilateral banks, development banks, multilateral organizations have a decisive role to play. That would allow for our market to be more robust and to finance their own public works. These are essential prerequisites to guarantee the economic and social development of the region. I can see Enrique Iglesias here among the public. I think it was him who said that we need to have the biggest market possible and to have the healthiest market possible to achieve social and economic development in the region. Well, thank you. It's quite clear that the region has a strong potential. In the IDB, we've seen that the most successful European companies in the region tend to have a social partner, someone on the ground that knows the market and the region well. So that's my question to you, Alyssa. How important are strategic partnerships with social partners to deal with regulatory and operational environment in Latin America? And what's the role that ISEX has to play to foster these alliances? Well, I think that each country has their own way of working. Key stakeholders and key partnerships are more important in some countries than in others. But I think that here we have SACIR in Bogota. Colombia has betted on SACIR quite heavily. They have opened up offices, generated a lot of jobs, and thanks to that they have achieved great highways, one of the longest bridges in America, etc. And in ISEX, we always try to get in touch with countries to see what are their pain points. What do we need? We need to have quality information. We need to know when to say to SACIR, this is where you need to have a partner, this is where you don't need a partner, etc. That's something that we do. Secondly, we need to have quality contact, quality bonds. Sometimes when we sometimes don't need a partner on the ground, but simply good quality contacts on the ground. Thirdly, talent. And one of the main things that we're doing in terms of quality contacts, we recently visited Colombia together with the Ministry and the Secretary of State. We were also in Brazil, 300 companies, half of them local and half of them international, get together to assess the most important projects for the government at a given time. By creating alliances, we can carry out infrastructure development projects and the investment projects that the country so heavily needs and demands. In Spain, we have internationalization and financing systems that are very important in this context. Another practical example. In the last couple of days, we have put in place a project with 5 Brazilian ports and 4 Colombian ports that visited Barcelona. They're in Valencia today, and tomorrow they will come to Madrid. They are discussing port infrastructure, port technologies, and the improvement of port infrastructure. So we can generate specific projects to tackle specific needs. That's why we can generate, or that's how we can generate good bonds with partners. Yes, your work is very interesting. Beatriz, in the IDB, we talk about sustainable growth and impact in infrastructure. In many cases, we talk about the supply chains for projects, right? Because if we import 100% of our goods, the impact on the ground is less. In SACIR, you play a very important role with these very big projects that you carry out. How can Grupo SACIR strengthen the local supply chains involved in infrastructure projects in Latin America? As Elisa said, it's true. that we are very heavily implemented in Latin America, in Colombia, in Chile, in Paraguay in particular. We've been growing locally with the help of the locals, with the help of local professionals. So I would say that there are three key elements to strengthen supply chains. First of all, developing professional development and training programs locally. That is very important in all of its angles, in terms of quality, sustainability, occupational safety and health. Training in all of these matters is very important. Secondly, we need to have strategic bonds, strategic ties with local companies so that they can strengthen the economic development of the region. Thirdly, we need to have high quality and environmental standards that foster the participation of local stakeholders. In all of the projects, we always try to encourage local companies to grow technically, environmentally, economically, so that the supply chain is stronger and more diverse. Those are the key elements, I would say. I would like to kind of interrupt only to emphasize what my colleague says, because Spanish companies are like Boy Scouts, right? They go to the beach, they go to the forest and try to leave it better than how they found it. Other countries are not so keen on working with local communities, with the stakeholders, so that's something worth highlighting. Yes, I totally agree. For us, it is very important to have a client or a partner that shares the same values as we hold. And it's quite clear for us that Sasir shares those values. Well, Madam Minister, we've been discussing the importance of local companies, local knowledge. But in order to attract foreign investment to the region, how can the governments of the region facilitate foreign investment in local infrastructure projects? How can they guarantee that these projects are aligned with SDGs? Well, before answering your question, I would like to totally agree with what Beatriz and Elisa said. In Paraguay, we've seen this process of technological transfer when very big companies came to the region, such as Sasir. Sasir is the operator of the main highway in Paraguay, a PPP project of $500 million of initial investment. So we want for foreign companies to create ties with local companies and to leave the forest better than how they found it. And I also agree, Lisa said before that she has the best job in the world. Well, I have the best ministry in the world, the Ministry of Public Works, because public works are the great tools for dynamizing the social and the cultural and the economic structure of our country. If we do not have good public works, we are not going to achieve our objectives. In this sense, we are very targeted to carrying out these projects and prioritizing the ones that have the higher social impact in the region. In this sense, we try to meet SDGs, our sustainable targets, because when we have a good infrastructure project, we can meet all of those objectives because it reduces poverty, it increases education. If we have a good road, kids will be able to go to school. If we have a good school building, we guarantee that we're going to meet the minimum requirements for education to take place. So our infrastructure development plans prioritize and put citizens at the center. That's how we're going to guarantee sustainable development. How can we facilitate foreign investment? Well, as I said before, in Paraguay, we have a very stable regulatory framework, macroeconomic framework. We still have some challenges to tackle, but we're quite open and confident that this process can be very dynamic and translate into exponential growth for the companies. I'm going to share a piece of data. In traditional investment, between 2004 to 2013, IDB invested $350 million in 10 years. Now we have almost $1,600 million of dollars in investment just in this last period. So that showcases the growth in potential investment. That is a very strong call to the private market, to the private sector, so that they can come and fill the gaps that we still find in our country in terms of infrastructure. Well, we're very happy to see that growth in investment. I'm so happy to see 4 women and just 1 man in this panel. That's quite unusual, right? Well, I'm going to address myself to the minority here, to Mr. Governor. What's your view of the role of state, and how can we expand the collaboration opportunities between Latin America and Europe for infrastructure? Well, I must not forget, Elisa, the next time that you visit ports, please invite us. We are very, very interested in that. We are in Entre Rios, obviously, we're in between rivers, the Paraná River, the Uruguay River, so obviously ports are very important for us. Well, the role of the state is promoting and developing employment within the private sector. I think that's the compass for the governments. That's the only way that we'll be able to develop as a country and to set off the path of economic and social development. Because when we foster jobs in the private sector, then if we have a strong private sector, the rest of the parts in the government, in the state, will come about. If we want to have good education, good healthcare, we need a fostering environment for businesses so that businesses generate employment. That's the way to go, and I think that we need to focus. We as policymakers, presidents, ministers, we need to focus on that in generating the enabling conditions for investment and for employment in the private sector.
Obviously, we have to comply with all the Sustainable Development Goals. Every year, we have brought in new goals which are highly valued and that I personally have assumed responsibility, and as well as a governor. But I think we should not forget the goal of infrastructure, because sometimes when we divide and we generate many goals, we lose the perspective of one that is crucial, which is infrastructure, basic infrastructure, critical for development. And in meetings such as this, it could be important to remind us of this beyond the multiple objectives. If countries like ours in development do not have investment in infrastructure, it is difficult for us to become countries with social and economic development. Thank you very much. It is very clear that you all have an important role to play in the promotion of investments, subnational or national governments, private companies. All of these play an important role in this issue of infrastructure, and the IDB Group wants to become a bridge, as like the president said, a bridge between the various groups to promote and fund these type of projects, as well as the development of infrastructure in the region. So thank you all very much for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all. It was very delighting conversation and very interesting. Thank you. And welcome again. So how's it going so far? Nice, right? Just to remind you that in case you're thirsty or just like have coffee, we have a coffee table available upstairs by the terrace with some fresh drinks as well. So please just take and serve yourself. You need it. Today we decide to give you a very warm welcome at the beginning of the morning. Maybe too warm. I think it will be over 30 degrees Celsius today in Madrid. But just walk through the shadow, take some refreshing typical drinks and enjoy the city. We just want you to be comfortable and enjoy today and enjoy our visit to Madrid. Well, we will transition now to a fireside chat featuring Nadia Calviño, President of the European Investment Bank, and our President, Ilan Goldfajn, of Inter-American Development Bank. This promises to be a very engaging conversation of the synergies between Europe and Latin America and our economic development. So, welcome, and the stage is on yours. Thank you very much.
Buenos días.
Good morning, as we said earlier. Now we have the floor, and Nadia Calviño is the president of the European Investment Bank. European, I'm sorry, not Inter-American. Not Inter-American. I say it in English, European Investment Bank. And Nadia needs no introduction. She held very important positions in the Spanish government, in the European Commission, and since January, she began to work together with a bilateral cooperation, but also in a multilateral form. So just a month ago, we were together in the IDB. Yes, that was the Inter-American Bank. So thank you very much for being here. I'm very pleased to be here, and we collaborate a lot and very well for Latin America and within the network of multilateral development institutions. So it is a pleasure to be sharing this space with you. We were talking with Minister Carlos Cuerpo, and he told us how he was feeling the difference of how regional banks are working. It's another climate, he says. And he said that he thinks that the personal relationships do make a difference. So I can say that in this case, that is also true. We see Nadia as a colleague, and it was only natural to share this space with you. So we have a number of questions in Spanish. So the first section, well, we were going to start talking about the importance of Latin America to the extent in which LATAM is a very important partner. Since the perspective of Europe, or from the European viewpoint, the political and economic and historical links with Latin America go far back. It is a priority region for the European Investment Bank, and the European Union is the main investor in LATAM. This is 20 times the investment of China, just to place the things in perspective. And last year, the European Investment Bank invested in iconic projects which are crucial to drive prosperity and growth, as well as a green and digital transition in the region. This week, the International Partnership Directorate director was in Santo Domingo visiting the metro project in Santo Domingo that changes the lives of people. And we have recently invested also in the electrical interconnection between Ecuador and Peru. We are supporting the green hydrogen project in Chile. 3 out of every $4 invested in the region are allocated to support the climate transition. And all this demonstrates the importance of multinational institutions. In the case of my bank, it is quite clear that it promotes the policies of the regional governments and make of Latin America and the Caribbean a leader in the new green economy, which is our present and even more so our future. As I was commenting this morning, we are under the impression that Latin America and the Caribbean are at a turning point, and we see that this is a big opportunity. And these projects that you mentioned demonstrate how there is an opportunity to make investment in the areas of global challenges, projects in which Latin America and the Caribbean can be part of the solution of these global problems. And if this is the case, this attracts public and private investment, which in turn brings growth. And this is very important. This is due to the climate issues, but we also have it due to the food security. We work with farmers using new technologies to generate more food for domestic consumption as well as for export. And lastly, this project of the Amazonia Forever, the Amazon River and Basin is a global symbol that absorbs 25% of carbon of the world. So if we add the 8 countries of the Amazon Basin, and with donors working together with multilateral banks, as well as regional banks, we can all together make a global, wonderful work. And this also generates growth. So that is the turning point, the pivot at which I believe the IDB has a great opportunity. And this is divided in 2 areas. One, allow the investments to come. In which way? Through stability. Stability and regulations in the economy and democratic values. Stability also physical with citizen safety. So once this is established, after the previous boom, we had a drawback. So we have to take advantage of the opportunity. So as I say, it is a turning point, and we have to work to attract investments and to improve conditions for it to come with the potential to achieve growth.
I think it's extremely important is the mobilization of the private sector, because indeed supporting these investments is not just a matter for public institutions, national or multilateral institutions. And this is actually one of the work streams that you have launched. Being the chair of the Multilateral Development Bank Network, you have really given a very important momentum and a drive to the cooperation and pushing us to work as a system, which I think it's of the essence, because we share most of our shareholders, and their interest is that their capital is put to good use and that we're efficient and rely on each other and coordinate our activities. And from this point of view, I think that your leadership is quite essential to put together five work streams which we're making progress on, and we were just now discussing how we're going to mark this progress in the upcoming meeting in July in Rio. How are we going to ensure that we enhance our financial capabilities? How are we going to mobilize the private sector? How are we going to mobilize green finance? How are we going to rely on each other and have more efficient processes? And also how to report and give more transparency and accountability on our activities. And I think we're making very good progress on these five work streams. Would you like to comment a bit how you see things, being the man behind the project?
Well, we are the presidency, it's a rotative presidency. We are trying to seize the momentum. I see a momentum. I see that all the individuals want to work together. The realization is that the challenges are so large, there's not a single institution that can do it alone, so we need to cooperate. And we decided the NDBs to cooperate. The 5 streams that Nadia mentioned are very important. We need to have scale and impact. Scale both from our resources, but also from mobilization. Mobilization means talking to you, doing the bit for the Americas that we're doing, coming together to finance projects that can solve global challenges. This is very, very important. And we were mentioning that we need to talk more. So for example, if we go to the private sector, we can go together. We can be together and offer what we can do together. What does it mean? Come together, have goals together, rely on our safeguards together. This is the mutual reliance. We have safeguards, you have safeguards. Can we do them together? That's very important. Other thing, we call mobilization something, somebody calls mobilization something different. Can we have an understanding? What does it mean to mobilize together? Then we can have a goal, a very good indicator, and go together and talk. We should talk also with the private sector and ask them, what do you need? They tell us, we need currency hedge. We need local currency financing. Can we work on that? Yes, we can. So we do programs together and try to get there. They ask us, do you care about not only climate but nature? Yes. So we are working, Nadia has been pushing quite a bit on the nature indicators and harmonizing and getting there. Yes, we have the Paris alignment and the goals. We need to have nature goals too. How much CO2, how much deforestation. So I think us working as a system is very important. And we need to have, as we talked together this morning, we need to have clear projects, not only the goals, not only the big picture, but actually projects together. So we're going to enter the Amazon. We're going to electrify all the region. You'll put water in some places, in some regions. So I think that's what we need.
Yeah, I think that we're working beyond the big numbers. It is the real projects on the ground that make a difference. I mentioned some of the projects that we have invested into, but for example, the Inter-American Development Bank and the European Investment Bank, we're together building and working very intensely on a flagship, groundbreaking project to do a debt for climate swap. I don't like to let's call it a conversion, because together with Prime Minister Motley, we are seeing how we can lift the burden of debt to Barbados and then ensure that there are the necessary investments to have resilience in an area which is really the front line of climate change, hit by hurricanes. And we're working very hard in that idea. I think that when we talk about mobilizing private capital and private investment, there are 3 things that multilateral development institutions can do. First, de-risk. So we can provide guarantees, we can provide the finance, and we can also take the first loss pieces of some projects so that the private sector can invest. Secondly, we give a stamp of quality. Our technical expertise is very high on the financial side, on the engineering side, and that allows us to say this is a good project. And then the private investors say, okay, I come in because I see that you are investing in that area. And thirdly, we can provide innovative finance, like for example, this debt for climate conversion, which I think is a first of a kind, and if it succeeds, can be a blueprint for other activities so that we can continue to support most vulnerable countries from the climatic, but also from the financial point of view.
So for example, this instrument, it brings two problems to find a solution. Too much debt with not enough resources for resilience and adaptation. What do? You provide the stamp, you provide the guarantees. If we have joint guarantees, we come together, we make it large. And when we make it large, the conversion converts a very expensive debt to a cheaper debt. There is savings. Part of this savings goes to adaptation. What sometimes adaptation is things that we don't think about it, like clean water in moments of a hurricane. And that's what Barbados is telling us. We need to think about water when we have it. So we're taking a problem, which is a debt, and we're providing a solution, which is adaptation to water. And we can do it in other places. We can do the debt conversion in Ecuador for Galapagos, which is important. We are having countries that are telling us, can we do the debt for education? Can we do debt for health? Well, it's not for everybody, because if you don't have debt, or your debt is very low, that's fine. You don't need this instrument. We have other instruments. But whenever we have a country that owns, we can provide the instrument. With Brazil, they ask us to help them with the currency hedge, because they want to get more investment, and the currency is floating. And sometimes the private investor says, I know about my project, but I don't know about what will happen with the currency. So let's face the problem. Let's provide Brazil some swaps that we can provide cheaper because we have a AAA. Can we provide a liquidity instrument that triggers when we have a large depreciation? Yes, we can. Is it going to work? We don't know, but we are doing our best. And if it works, like in Barbados, like in Brazil, they are scalable. That can be done in other places. So that's the very beauty of us working in innovation, to bring the private sector, to mobilize the private sector so that we can solve the challenges that are public but are also private.
But I mean, you said before we need to have more dialogue with the private sector. So since you're here and I'm here in Madrid, why don't we put a date to it? So we're going to be going to the spring meetings and also the UN General Assembly in New York. Why don't we organize a meeting also with the private sector, with the key investors in Latin America, when we meet there in New York? And then next year, the Economic and Social Council of the UN is going to take place here in Madrid.
Yes.
And then we organize another meeting with key investors in Latin America. And so we do this public-private, we walk the talk, yeah?
Yes, so we can do it, because when we're talking about the heads of MDBs, we said, let's meet the heads of MDBs with the private sector. So that's a great opportunity. We can be in New York. You're going to be there.
Yeah.
So let's try to have a date. We have an event. New York is a place for investment, to look. If it's not New York, we can do it in Washington, the IMF World Bank. But let's try New York.
Okay, so, it's a deal. Vamos a tener una reunión con los
We will have a meeting with the main investors in autumn in the United States and next year here in Madrid, together with the UN meetings of the Social Economic Committee of the UN. And I'd love to be back in Madrid. Once a year, we should have a meeting here because it's a lovely city. Very well. I think we have discussed the Expo Nature conversion. We talked about the coordination of multilateral institutions. We talked about the climate goals. Maybe we can finish our fireside chat talking a little more about energy and climate conversion or transition, when there is a lot of debate. There are some political options that say, well, green is no longer popular So let's leave this type of investments away.
Transition, because I'd like to finish with a reflection on this very important subject for today's challenges, but also for the future.
You know what I feel on the ground? That the two things. One is that the realization that the climate change is here and we are getting close to the tipping point. How do the realization is coming? Not by statistics, which we all will be saying for decades, but by the fact that the natural disasters are coming more frequent. I came to the bank, to the IDB, not the EIB. I came to the bank and I was, of course, very moved by the big natural disaster in the Caribbean and in the Central America. I knew these hurricanes would come and will devastate an island. It's a big issue. But since I came, we had the historic major droughts in Uruguay and Argentina. In Uruguay, we need clean water. There was no water. In Argentina, the harvest was broken. They lost $15 billion in a country that did not have $15 billion to lose. Then you say, well, no, we had fires in Chile, big fires. Oh, what about North America? Well, fires in North America. Acapulco, big tourist city. In less than a day, the hurricane came and it converted from one category to the other in half a day. Just jumped. There is a realization that we are getting to a tipping point. And the other part is the realization that investments can be done. So we are getting projects of green hydrogen in Chile, in Argentina. We're having projects of lithium in Argentina, in Brazil, the renewable energy. So we're feeling in the ground that there is movement. The question, Nadia, is it the right pace? Are we going to get there on time? This is where we need the size and everybody here in the room to work together, but also the impact. Because just putting money is not enough. It's putting money in the right place. We don't have time to waste in places that won't give us the transition.
Yeah, no, I've been reflecting a lot on this issue. Of course, in Europe, it's a no-brainer that we need to drive the green transition. It's not just a matter of nice to have for future generations. It's a matter of our security and strategic autonomy now. We discovered it painfully because of the war in Ukraine. We cannot continue to rely on fossil fuel producers. And so we really need to get on with it. And the good news, and you were saying it, I think businesses, they have understood it. Businessmen and women, they realize, and they are, in all our interviews, in all our polls, it's quite clear, 7 out of 10 business leaders, they think that climate transition is one of their top priorities. So companies understand that this is a profitable investment that gives them a competitive advantage, and they're getting on with it, you know. So beyond the debates and the rhetoric considerations, they're getting on with it. Actually, the International Agency for Energy, that's very striking, indicated that between 2022 and 2023, investment and production manufacturing capacity of the 5 key technologies for the green transition, mature technologies, which is solar, wind, electrolyzers, batteries, and heat pumps. Production of these 5 technologies has increased by 70% between 2022 and 23. So I think indeed we're getting on with it. The transition is taking place. And the only question, and you're right to say it, is it the right pace? Well, the sooner the better, because all economic analysis also show that an orderly transition is much cheaper, more efficient, less costly than a disorderly transition. So the more we coordinate our actions around the world, the more we will have the necessary impact and make this not only a challenge, but a great opportunity with this new green economy. And in this context, to come back to your first reply, I couldn't agree more that there is now a turning point. there is a new opportunity for Latin America and Caribbean states to really be leaders in the new green economy, take advantage of the technological changes and make this a new opportunity. I hope this one, it will be seized by these countries that are so close to our hearts, and that they will be able to prosper, thrive, and have social and economic progress in the coming years, thanks to these new technologies coming onto the market.
Nadia, tenemos que terminar.
Nadia, we must finish. I've been told we have to finish. I've been made signs that we've got to finish. I'm very grateful for your participation. You're all invited to go to Washington. And so we will meet with the presidents of banks and companies so we can work together, so we can have gather the necessary pace to resolve the challenges we are facing. So thank you very much, and let us have the bid for the Americas happy and very good results. Thank you.
What an honor to have you here. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Goldfajn and Mrs. Calviño, for this dynamic discussion and this commitment they made for a future. Thank you very much. We keep going now, and our next panel will focus on digitalization and inclusion, addressing the digital transformation in Latin America and how European companies can play a pivotal role in this game. Just join us in the next panel, and we invite him to this stage too. Laura Basolo, Chief Financial and Control Officer and Head of Telefónica Hispan, Telefónica Spain. Teresa Mera Gómez, Vice Minister of Trade, Peru. Faltan sillas. We'll continue. I think we're missing some chairs. Okay, I'll start again. We'll start again. We're taking a little break, maybe. We take a minute. Okay, we'll take a minute then. Just a little bit. We prepare chairs and everything on the stage. I can see some people running upstairs for the coffee. Little break, which is great. Are we almost ready? Okay, this is great. Okay, sorry for interruption, and we'll start again. I say that we're going now with our next panel. Very interesting because we'll focus on the digitalization and inclusion and addressing to the digital transformation in Latin America and how European companies can play a very specific and main role in this game. To join us in this panel, we have these 5 ladies. Laura Basolo, Chief Financial and Control Officer and Head of Telefónica Hispan, Telefónica Spain. Thank you very much, Laura. This is your seat right here. Thank you very much. Teresa Mera Gómez, Vice Minister of Trade, Peru. Thank you, Teresa. Next chair for you. Thank you. Mónica Martínez Bravo, Secretary of Social Inclusion in Spain. Welcome, Mónica. Thank you. Eva Siloyene, or Siloniene, she will tell me how to say it right. How does your correctly last name? Siloniene. Well, she said it very well. Siloniene, I'll try. Welcome. She's business lead at RD Companies Norway. Thank you very much and welcome. And we have Inés Bonitelli, she's Head of Business Development of Partnerships and Uruguay Innovation Hub, Uruguay. Thank you and welcome. Good morning. Thank you very much. Moderating this session is Orlando Vaquero, Executive Director of the Business Association of Latin America and Germany, Orlando. Floor is yours. Welcome.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you in particular to the IDB for making this panel possible, a panel composed of high-level speakers. Digitalization and inclusion. I think that this topic touches us all. We all see during the COVID-19 pandemic that there was a great improvement in digitalization. Nevertheless, the gap between people who can and cannot access these technologies are quite wide. Those gaps are being even exacerbated. How can we make for technological and digital advancement to be shared throughout society? I think that is a very important objective for both the private and the public sector. Let's start with Monica. How is the digital inclusion policy in Spain? Are the technological advances reaching the whole of the population? Do you have any success stories? Thank you very much for the invitation. It is an honor to be here surrounded by these distinguished panelists. Let me introduce myself. Given that in the previous panel we're competing to see who had the best job in the world, I would like to say that I have quite a good job myself. I'm an economist by training, but part of my research before joining the government was focused on development in Latin America, and I am quite happy to host this General Secretariat for Social Inclusion in Spain. In the last few years, Spain has quite greatly improved in terms of digitalization of public administration. And as many other countries, the pandemic was, let's say, a motivator. Out of need, we had to digitalize ourselves to continue with our economic activities. The state and public services, let's say, forced us to transition towards a greater digitalization. Spain has come a long way in the past few years, for example, with the Public Administration Digitalization Act. This has achieved for a great part of our public administration, and the information accessible to the public can be more easily accessible. Let's give you some examples. We now have the citizens folder that allows us to access to our clinical record, to our the place where we're registered, to our university studies, and many other certificates can be accessed via this app. All of this has been fostered by the Next Generation EU funds that has been catalyzed via the Resiliency and Recovery Plan of the Spanish government. Now we're seeing the fruits of that investment, the fruits that it's bearing. In terms of social security, we have advanced with the help of our Importas platform. It allows us to carry out different administrative proceedings quite easily. So our public administration wants to be accessible via digital portals to promote greater inclusion among our societies. Nevertheless, we know that there are still people who have some particular challenges to access this amenities, these portals. So as General Secretary for Inclusion, that is one of the topics that we have been worried about and that we've been working on. We've been working on economic vulnerability or disability. In the context of our General Secretariat, we have put in place a public policies lab where we have randomized several interventions to foster inclusion. We've launched 32 projects that have been carried out within a randomized control trial system, and all of them, or most of them, were focused on digital training, digital inclusivity, or digital accessibility. These projects have been implemented in a wide variety of regions in the Canary Islands, in Murcia, in among gypsy populations. We have trained in digital skills or fosters connectivity thanks to these initiatives. Increasing connectivity and accompaniment have a very positive impact in the access to public administration. Citizens can access the public administration more easily, and these improved skills also allow for people to be able to search for better jobs. We must not forget that digital inclusion is a key element, a lever to guarantee the full labor inclusion of society. So we work in very varied realms, but we think that we're going in the right direction and we'll continue to work in this sense. Thank you. I also see a very I've seen quite a big improvement, and when you come from abroad, it's quite easy to have all of these administrative procedures accessible online. Well, Teresa, how can we link public policies, inclusion policies with the improvement of services? Peru is quite invested in improving the services sector. How is it doing so? Well, thank you. Welcome. I am Teresa Mera, Vice Minister of Trade from Peru. I am trained in Switzerland on intellectual property and trade. In my ministry, we are fostering closing the gap between our exporters or producers and the digital world. Before I delve into this, I would like to share some data so that you can have an idea of what the context is in Peru. According to the UNCTAD statistics in Peru, 26.3% of our population has basic digital skills, 16.2% have medium skills, and only 3% have advanced digital skills. That's obviously a big challenge for the Peruvian government. How can we bring these digital tools closer to societies, to our people, particularly in trade? In trade, 90% of our productive capacity in Peru is composed of MSMEs. Therefore, we have a big challenge to tackle. We've been tackling little by little through different strategies. Last year, the presidency of the Council of Ministers in Peru launched the National Digital Transformation Strategy with the aim of bringing together society and digital tools. We have digital stakeholders and focus groups to try and get in touch with the people who already have access to digital tools, and through different infrastructures we try to foster connectivity, because having a good network by the coast is very different from having good connectivity in the Amazonia or in the mountains. Politically, within the framework of the WTO, we've encouraged the moratorium in the tariffs for cross-border digital services. This was the topic discussed in the Council of Ministries of the WTO in February this year. We would like for this position to continue to be perpetuated in time, because this would very heavily affect SMEs and MSMEs. These are the ones struggling day after day to generate more competitive services. We've also presented ourselves to be members of the Digital Economy Society, an association targeting the drafting of policies for the inclusion of MSMEs and women in digital trade and commerce. For us, it would be very important to be a part of this process because we would share a table with other countries that are well versed in this matter. In Peru, we have a single point of access for digital trade services, very successful. It has a guaranteed savings for our exporters of a value of $340 million. The aim of the single portal is to streamline our trading process and reduce costs. We have reduced the production costs in $360 million, and we have seen a record of 6 billion operations carried out through this portal. It is also a way of getting in touch with different healthcare providers, one of the biggest segments of our markets. One of the main non-traditional export goods in Peru are the agri-foods products. That is very important also in the context of the Pacific Alliance and in the APEC. We have fostered the exchange of healthcare certificates with different countries. The pandemic obviously helped us promote all of these initiatives. These initiatives were put in place before the COVID-19 pandemic, but they were not going at a very big speed. And now we've been working with pilot projects with colleagues in Asia and in other American countries such as Argentina. We've also carried out training initiatives aimed at MSMEs and women. We have programs such as Ella Exporta, She Exports, that has trained women not only to guarantee their inclusion in trade, but also in digitalization. If we do not have a website, if we are unable to access these tools, we're nothing in the international markets. MSMEs cannot be traveling and attending for all the time, so they need to have a presence online. Well, so we're in the right track, but there are still many opportunities to be tackled, right? There is a very interesting business potential in this sector. Well, Laura, Telefónica is one of the pioneer companies in Latin America. I know that you have very important cooperation projects in Peru where they have a bit of a challenge with the network, right? What is the digital transformation strategy of Telefónica and its cooperation initiatives with Latin America? Well, hello, it is a pleasure to be here. My name is Laura Basolo. I'm Chief Financial and Control Officer and Head of Telefónica in Latin America. Telefónica has been in the region for over 30 years. I don't know if I have the best job in the world, but Telefónica has one of the best tasks in the world. Telefónica is an economic lever. It plays a vital role for those economies, for greener economies. But in the last few years, this is not something that affects solely Latin America. It also happens in Europe. But the return on investment in the telecom sector has lowered greatly over the past few years. That means that we need a lot of resources to invest in the telecom sector. That's why we need business cooperation. We have rethought business cooperation. I think that we were sort of leaders in this in Latin America, and now we have a great array of stakeholders to work with. When we got to Latin America, we didn't really know how to tackle the market. We wanted to introduce the optic fiber to complete the deployment of the 4G and start deploying 5G. In Telefónica Latin America, we changed our approach, the way we got in touch with our clients, with our partners. We changed our structure. We implemented ourselves more regionally. We tried to foster digital skills, and we also got in touch with infrastructure. We created optic fiber companies where we are a minority shareholder. KTR has helped us quite a lot in all of this, firstly in Chile and then in other countries. The idea behind this was to have a better exposure in the region. It is a way of making that return on investment to be more certain in the long term. That would also allow us to reduce the cost as well. It has allowed us to speed up our process, not only as Telefónica, the whole of the country has deployed internet much faster. I think that Chile is one of the 10 countries with the highest penetration rate of internet. And because of the lack of profitability, telecom businesses are quite keen on getting together. So we're competitors, but in terms of infrastructure, we need to get together. We have less networks, but higher quality networks. This allows us to avoid overlaps because we tend to go to the same places, to the same urban areas, and then we contribute to a digital gap if we work as we did in the past. But now we've been working in several countries. Now we're going to get approval for a new project in Peru. And I think that we can take away some very important messages. Public-private partnerships are very important because public regulation has allowed us to work faster. And Europe is also working more closely with Latin America. I think that Telefónica is a partner. It's more than a partner. We are Latin America. We bring new partners to Latin America. We've brought partners that were not previously in the region thanks to our European expertise. We had already worked with KKR in Europe, and they come together and cross the Atlantic with us, even if there is certain uncertainty regarding the return on investment. Since we were the pioneers in the deployment of optic fiber in Spain, we have the best network of optic fiber in Europe. We know our jobs, we know how to work with this, we are experts. In terms of 5G, I think that we need better bidding processes, we need better contact in between companies. And in Colombia, for example, we're going to deploy 5G thanks to winning a tender together with another company. In Mexico, we have supported ourselves with the AT&T network. This allows us to provide better services by relying on another network, not on our own. that makes for their national network to have more trust because they have a great partner, a great client in us, and now they feel more confident investing more. We've seen that sharing is key. That's what allows us to continue digitalizing the region. We would need to have better legal certainty, regulatory certainty, that encourage for a higher investment over the time, either solely or together with other colleagues. These cooperation initiatives are very interesting, right? Well, Eva, you've been carrying out different digitalization processes in Latin America and the Caribbean, financed by the IDB. But this is not the region that we always think about first. What's your experience working in the region? What sort of projects have you carried out? Well, thank you, Orlando. Thank you. It is an honor for me to be here. But if you don't mind, I'm going to speak in English because my Spanish is not so good. In the future, next time, I will surely speak in Spanish.
And this is a very good question, I'd say, and this sometimes looks like a bit unexpected connection when Nordic countries, go and work in this region. But I think that's a very successful connection because we have a very good experiences with digital. And not just from Norway. I personally come from Lithuania, the country which just freshly built all these digital government foundations. So we have this understanding of how to do things from scratch when you have to create something where nothing was before. So I think yes, we have quite a lot of projects so far. We have implemented like 19 projects in the Caribbean and Latin America region, 4 of them financed by IDB and hopefully much more to come, very different ones. For example, currently we do a project in Belize to establish the civil registry and vital statistics, which is like one of the backbones of digital governance, or governance at all, because you have to know your people so that you could just, let's say, make needed decisions for them and take care of them for education, for social security, for anything. Another project in Trinidad and Tobago, where we are co-creating with local institution the GovTech Lab, for the country. Again, something which some European countries, and not just European countries, are developing. Each country will have a different setup of this formation because the needs are a bit different and contexts are different. But coming back to your question, so what are our insights from different projects? Because we do both development of digital solutions like registers, digital services, solutions for tax administrations, and as well we do consultancy, starting with legislation or regulation, with change management inside institutions, and as well onboarding of end users, because again, that's a very important thing, which sometimes happens. You develop a solution, institution is very happy, says that's a perfect solution, but nobody uses it because it's not easy to use, because sometimes people just don't know it's there. So there are quite a lot of things to support this digital component around it. But first of all, I think the most successful project, digitalization project, happens when the institution in charge has a mandate and good understanding why it is doing that. It's not because it's written in some strategy. It's not because the government told them that the agency do this. It is your KPI. It has to be very clear what it will bring and how it will improve the institution, its daily work. Institution has to have a mandate to do the change, not just to put the digital part, but as well to do needed legislative changes. Because legislation, usually, especially in that region, is written long time ago, when nobody dreamt about such things, and I'm not speaking about AI or blockchain. Even digital signature or EID is not there. So, of course, the proper preparation for the digital transformation and change management inside institutions, so helping the people. Sometimes people are afraid of change and they can sabotage a project. So again, is institution prepared to go not with just putting the solution, but as well the transformation of its daily work. Another thing is, of course, what we again learned from our experience and which we applied is to be agile in the project. So when you are developing digital solution, you do that by iterations. You work very closely with the future users in institution or outside institution. You show prototypes, you test how it works to be sure that when the project is finalized, the final result is really in line with the expectations. Or when you consult, again, you work very, very closely. You don't say, we are very, very smart consultants, now we will tell you how to do. No, it never works. You have to understand very well what's happening. You have to rely on local expertise. You can bring examples. You can say, okay, in this country these things worked. In these countries these were the mistakes done. So maybe we can learn something, but here it will be unique in any case. And the third thing, for that, of course, you have to have trust. I mean, nobody will listen to you if you just come and say, we know everything. No, you have to have this, you know, even in digital, I think the human factor is still the most important. So that's it from me for now.
Thank you, thank you. Excellent, excellent experience. No, cambio español otra vez.
Well, I'm switching again to Spanish. Thank you. Yes, Uruguay. Uruguay has a very interesting innovation and digitalization environment. It is a very attractive location for investment. Why do you think Uruguay is so attractive? Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of this panel. To answer to your question, I think that there are several factors that complement each other. Uruguay has a very trustworthy environment. We have the most advanced democratic government. It has the lowest corruption levels, the highest rates of civil liberties. We have a clear state of play, clear legislation, and all of this comes together with a very business-friendly environment. We also have a high rate of talent. Our talent is quite attractive. That's why Uruguay has been an interesting option for investors. We've seen records in foreign direct investments. Europe is the first investor, and Spain in particular as a country is the biggest investor in Uruguay. But not everything is perfect. In Uruguay, we would like to continue growing just like the rest of Latin America. And in order to do that, in order to increase our growth or our development, we need to digitalize ourselves, we need to innovate. We're seeing that the project I am part of, Uruguay Innovation Hub, it's a project that was launched last year to try and capitalize what Uruguay has to offer. Ever since the pandemic, we've seen a surge in different startups. Different players in the region has moved to Uruguay. So we can see that the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem is evolving quite actively. Our government program wants to capitalize all of this, try to work as a lever, and through acceleration and co-financing programs, we want to continue fostering that innovation environment. In Uruguay and in the whole of Latin America, there is great potential in terms of deep technologies, because there is a great pool of talent that is not being maximized. If we invest enough, it is a sort of like risk investment, but if we invest in Latin America and in Uruguay, we could have great returns. We always say that Uruguay is the best pilot project. It is the best country to test an initiative that we can then escalate to the rest of Latin America. So I kindly invite European countries to see Latin America as a great place to invest on. Our biggest investor in Latin America is the US, and we are missing that great opportunity. Europe and Spain in particular, we share bonds, we share cultures. We should make the most of all of this potentiality. These could have positive impacts in everything that we've been discussing. It could also foster better inclusion. Thank you. That's what I wanted to ask. You have several programs in Uruguay targeting inclusion. Are you targeting a specific form of inclusion, digital inclusion, vulnerability inclusion?
In Uruguay, in contrast with some of the examples you mentioned, we are a small country, flat country, so we don't have too many difficulties or challenges in establishing connectivity. We have a penetration of optic fiber, which is nearly 100%, access to free connectivity in all areas of the country, so this facilitates inclusion. But I'd like to mention two examples. One is Ceibal, which is the the education innovation program, which Uruguay has been applying for over 15 years. Originally, it began as a program with one laptop per child. It was the first country to deploy this program, in which each child in Uruguay had access to a laptop to go to school. But that program evolved and nowadays it is an education innovation platform. With this on nearly 100% connectivity, it allows the education system to deploy and penetrate in every home with knowledge, with new ways of learning. There's a program about computational thinking that is reaching many children, and that was unthinkable in the past. Robotics program due to this connectivity, and good management of this Ceibal program. That is one example. Another, which is more recent, we're doing a pilot program for remote assistance to the infants through text messaging, WhatsApp and chat box. We are reaching the most vulnerable populations in their first childhood. We find the future mums when they go to have tests to public hospitals. We follow them up over the phone through 3 text messages a week during their pregnancy, and in the first years of the baby's life, we follow up the mother as well as the family in the interaction with the baby, and we get red flags to make a closer follow-up. So we combine digital with personal attention, specifically during the pandemic, and we have seen that this is very successful. The idea is to bring this to the public policies going forward. That is how we can see that training has been a topic that you said that only a small percentage has digital skills. How are you carrying out training focused on employment, employability, and logistics, and companies as well? How are you doing with this training for talent and skills that are required? We are working in our annual plans. We bring in training aimed at including companies in e-commerce to generate more business opportunities. In this line, in Peru, we have an e-commerce program which trains people not only from the use of tools, but also from the viewpoint of marketing, digital marketing, and how to establish contact, as well as the negotiating capacity of entrepreneurs. We also have digital transformation product that aims at businesses who are already doing e-commerce to analyze the digital environment, because the first case of e-commerce is more horizontal, more transversal. This is more specific to companies that are already exporting products and the process of migration and adaptation. I also mentioned the A-Exporta program, which is focused on women. And 3 programs are operated at the national level. We are in all regions. We have found, however, some circumstances in which we've had difficulties due to connectivity problems, but this has been overcome. The networks are expanding, and we hope, as the representative of the Telefonica, we hope that in the second half of the year we will have the approval for this joint venture to reach more regions of the country and strengthen these initiatives, which are very important. And of course, we work hand in hand with the Education Ministry and the Transport Ministry, because based on the experiences we've had, we want to previously coordinate the visits we can make to which locations. At this time, we're also working on the updating of the National Export Plan, because this is part of a strategic plan which has worked with the private sector and other public institutions that are in charge of foreign trade. Here we are prioritizing the digitalization and inclusion. They were already there, but now they occupy the top priority. So, listening to the programs of Uruguay and the programs of Peru and the experience they had, where do you see the main points where there can be cooperation between Latin America, the Caribbean, and Europe, and in both directions, not only what can be taken, but also can be brought?
Topics would be really worth exploring further, which are already, of course, but further, it's GovTech and FinTech. Because GovTech, digital technology in the government, but not just digital technology, which is really user-centric and treats the government as a platform, not a collection of silos, but really as an organism. This and technology can help a lot here, but of course the problem for here is that when we think that all the innovation have to come from inside, it's a bit tricky. We have lots of smart people inside government, but we have much more smart people outside, inside the country and outside. So I'm quite passionate about this framework of GovTech Labs, which work as a safe environment to experiment when you have public sector institution which says, this is my problem, this is my challenge, and you have private developers, startups, or innovative companies, academia even, or even citizens who can come with their ideas and have, like I say, safe space to do some experimentation, to test the idea before launching big scale, to see if this technology works. Because what I feel sometimes, that even in these big projects, financed by donors, we find sometimes so many buzzwords, AI, blockchain, Internet of Things, and all things, but sometimes the fundamentals are not there. So if you try to jump very high before testing if it's valid, you can really lose a lot of money, which happens from time to time. Again, it's not a secret. So test before going big. I think that's one interesting path and one interesting sector. And of course, FinTech. financial inclusion using different tools, and there are so many different technologies for that. But again, from my fresh experience where we worked in Trinidad and Tobago, helping the government to think about the future ecosystem of digital payments or digital revenue collection for the country. So again, we from Europe can bring the best practices, but it won't be applicable just copy-paste. You still will have to go very deeply to understand how not just institutions and regulations, these can be changed, but as well the cultural things, the mindset of people, and why some things work or doesn't, the trust of technology. So for some countries, you really will have to invest more, not in technology itself, but in the fact how to spread it in the society, in how to work with people, how to educate people, and of course skills and competences, and even openness comes like primary things just besides digital.
Muchas gracias, Laura, vemos que nuevamente la capacitación, las habilidades.
Laura, we can see that training and is increasingly important. If we see the collaborative example that you're conducting, and then you explain that we have cooperative methods and collaborative methods to achieve solutions. How you see this training and the development of talent and skills of individuals, and how are you making it as inclusive as possible? Well, if you allow me, Orlando, I will supplement what my colleagues have said, because before talking about Telefónica, so that education should be as inclusive as possible. One step is digitalization, a step with Uruguay has already taken. So when we have digitalization, you open a window to the world, to the entire world, regardless of the geography or the economic situation. But a second part are the tools in which they are working already, and we are doing the same. From Fundación Telefónica, we have a Connect and Play Connect. We make a map where we see the real-time necessities. In Chile, we have a cooperation agreement with the IDB. We also are with a community of Andean nations. So those tools are essential. They should be accessible and good quality. In Africa and Latin America, we have a Pro Futuro program to this end. There's also a third element, that once you have achieved the digitalization and tools to have accessible and good quality education, then after that the individual must take the step of accessing that. So there's prejudices, the feelings of I'm not capable, this is not for me, I'm not good with these gadgets. So that's the third part that has to be worked upon. In Spain, there are less women who access education online, and this is crucial because most skills in the future will be digital. If we don't have sufficient representation of women, we will have a lower weight in the future, a lower influence. So we have a very nice project in Peru and Colombia, in which the technical proficiency of installation, maintenance, and setting up fiber in homes is done mostly by men. And we have a program for women. We trained over 1,000 people in Colombia, in Brazil, and Chile as well. And we have changed the paradigm. Now it's mostly women who install optic fiber in homes. And we have done away with this inertia and bias. So in Telefónica, as we are a tech company, our biggest value is teamwork. So we have to have a competent team, a skilled team. So in our strategic plan, the development of talent is essential. So we analyze what profiles we need and how we can obtain them. Sometimes we bring them in from outside the company. Sometimes we have to look at other countries. But the team we have has a lot of taking risk capacity. There's a project that is called Kinsklismap, where each employee can see the skills. We have the skills we need, the opportunities for developing our career through training. This is a message we also give our teams. We give you the tools, equal opportunities, but it is your responsibility to seek that and carry out that training. And 70% of our payroll is training in this way. In Latin America, we've trained over 14,000 employees, over 5,000 in these highly technical skills in data, and this is a totally evolving situation. And when we talk about the projects we have with IDB, almost 1 million people have been trained, 850,000 have accessed the tools, and over 50% of them are women. So what we say about the risk healing, this maybe segments, maybe it's technicians who are more prone to reskilling, and the success of reskilling is that it is very similar to everybody. We shouldn't be afraid for having a certain number of years, or that we have worked in an area which is less technological. We have to learn, and we can surprise ourselves doing so. And this becomes a virtuous cycle. Everybody wants to be part of that empowered team in continuous evolution. Monica, we have a few minutes to go, but you have already heard about collaborative methods, new techniques for reskilling and keeping the employees active. So how can Spain participate in all this international movement to work together? What opportunities do you find to contribute and to receive? Well, the reflection is maybe more general. The programs that are being conducted in different countries, and how everything requires an effort. But you have mentioned the last mile problem, having the technology and how to get people to use them. There's a big potential to go through that last mile from the public administration, because public officials can go from programs and experience to a nationwide policy that provides coverage to every citizen. We also know, as in many cases in Latin America and Spain, each one has their history in which sometimes the state itself has had difficulties in innovation. For example, the GovTech labs you mentioned, which is highly innovative, and I think that is what we try to do from the General Bureau of the Ministry, is to what we believe we can show the world is our jewel in the crown, and what we can learn again from what has been done and is being done in Latin America through labs to assess public policies and programs, and the potential of scaling is very big. We have conducted 32 random trials, but the evaluation thereof is a way to see something either works or doesn't. If it doesn't work, we trash it, and if it works, we scale it up. And this paradigm of experimentation in public policies should be understood as a process of innovation and development, how to improve a policy step by step so that it can deploy its full potential. Obviously, if it doesn't work, we trash it, but it is not only a dual either-or solution, but how public policies operate. So in working groups, in good practices communities, for example, minimum income, such as the minimum income initiatives, and in specific policies, but also how to generate these innovation environments within the public administration are the areas in which we are exploring with the IDB how to develop good practices groups to contribute our experience and vision, but also to learn from the experience of many Latin American countries who have been for many years pioneering in the evaluation of public policies. Thank you very much. We're almost out of time, but since we're all here, due to the IDB initiative and the presentation of bid for Americans, maybe one could take 30 seconds to give our IDB colleagues an idea of what you would expect, how the bid for the Americas can better support cooperation and digital policies with an inclusive approach. Well, the IDB has very clear priorities that feed into and have a lot of feedback with Telefónica. We're proud allies and partners in entrepreneurship, digitalization, and others. You have a very important role to play as a bridge between private and public, and you have to be able to measure progress, and when you don't achieve it, continue trying. Because there's a capacity to do a lot more, we should have trust relationships. We're working in this in our relationships with the public administrations, and the IDB is very necessary to act as a bid and a partner in that. You also fund, you share knowledge, you do a lot with governments, but the task of bringing us all together with clear objectives, and if they're not achieved, do not be discouraged. I think that is crucial. First, I would like to thank the support of the IDB for the establishment of the single one-stop export process for Peru. The IDB is continuing to support us in our national foreign trade policy, and we can take a step forward because we could work jointly to identify opportunities related to work with companies to identify collaboration opportunities of businesses, because our vision is to access a global system of value chains which represent 85% of global GDP. We can take advantage of these conditions. So this generates a very important space. Right now, we are setting up the multi-sectorial committee for developing our services policy, taking as a reference a plan that was designed a few years ago with IDB. I think this is the opportunity to implement some of the suggestions made at that time. Okay, now what I would like, I think that the IDB is very well positioned due to its relationships with governments and private sector to assist in this digital transition as to how it can change the public administration, everything that is already advanced in the public sector, so that the public sector will not fall behind in this digitalization. As regards the inclusion environment, these new technologies, in my opinion, should be supplemented with human resources to enable the human touch that we need for certain vulnerable groups of the populations. So we need technological developments, but also an important transfer to public sector to release human resources and focus them in the most vulnerable populations. Eva, what are your suggestions?
We NRD companies, we are the ones who come to implement these reforms, right? So I'd say the world is changing very, very fast. So one thing which would be important thinking ahead is to have more, maybe even ambition, to have more openness, because things might change and have flexibility to adapt to that. Inside procedures, inside strategies, inside programs would be really much appreciated, I think, for beneficiaries and the ones supporting them.
Inés, o sea, sin innovación
Bueno.
no labramos nuestro futuro. ¿Cómo?
How can the IDB help you? Just like in other countries, the IDB has been very present in Uruguay and in a current situation in a project for promoting SMEs, the program I mentioned earlier for pregnant and mothers and newborn babies. There are global programs that have allowed export to have a record exportation of services based on its technologies. In this project, the IDB has implemented with great success in Uruguay. But thinking forward, as the president was saying, Latin America has a potential to find solutions to these global challenges related to food safety and the problem of climate change. The solutions could be found in Latin America. We have to unleash this potential, however, and the BID Lab can play in that a very important role. Many times the IDB leads the entrance of risk capital into the region, and we need this as well. And Uruguay, with our program, is promoting investment in risk capital in topics related to technologies related to green issues and digitalization and climate change. And the passion of this panel is obvious in what concerns inclusion and the digitalization. So there are many tasks to be done to follow up on everything that has been said here. I would like to thank all of you very much. It's been a pleasure to share with you this stage, and I hope it has been of interest to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're very proud to have panelists and speakers from all over the world. And I'm pretty sure you find useful and very interesting all these valuable insights they're giving us about this historic launch of BID for the Americas in Europe this time. We'll continue now with a very special conversation. In this case, it's going to be two people. It will be between Irene Arias, who is CEO of IDB Lab, and also Adrián García Aranios, who is president of Endeavor, who will discuss the different ways in which IDB Lab can serve as a gateway for venture capital investment in Latin America and Caribbean. But first, before we have this conversation, please join me to give a nice welcome in the stage Irene Arias, who's going to begin with a very brief short presentation of her job, very important, which she's in charge in the IDB Lab. So please, welcome Irene.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very
it's all
much.
yours.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Space, and also to Fabrizio Perti and the IDB team behind the scenes making this happen, and of course to Minister Cuerpo, who has shown such a strong endorsement of our vision and particularly of IDB Lab. And it's quite special personally for me to be here. Well, as a Madrileña, it's really nice to be in my hometown, but I was in this same space 10 years ago. I was the director of Latin America and the Caribbean for IFC, And we were together with the IDB, colleagues from the IDB, presenting how to work better in financing the private sector of Europe and Spain to come to Latin America and the Caribbean. And it's incredible to come 10 years later, obviously now in a very different role as CEO of IDB Lab and focusing on a part of the private sector that is the entrepreneurs at earlier stages that are innovating in creating new solutions for development, but also in terms of how things have changed so much since then. Back then, already, the future was digital and green, and those topics were very much top of the agenda. But now, I mean, that has accelerated so much, and this is the reason partly for this title. What I want to give a little bit of context before the conversation that I'm going to have with Adrián García Araños, the president of Endeavor, to show that we need to work as a system, and we have here a lot of partners, government, academia, private sector, and we need you, because we are driving funding, and IDB Lab is an engine for that. We are the innovation and venture capital arm of the IDB Group. But it's not just the funding. Because of this acceleration of digital, because of this urgency to also apply it for climate solutions and this future of accelerated green and digital, we need to be very deliberate how and which solutions we support and what system we create around it so that they have the right standard and so that there is also integration in the solutions and that they are really built with the user in mind and they are not fragmented. So that's why it's driving funding, but it's also about standard setting. It's about building capabilities, and that's why we need this range of partners that are here with us today. And thank you very, very much for coming. Now, ventures are flourishing, actually, despite some of the fluctuations and ups and downs. They are flourishing. And if we look at the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, which is a very good report to track how it's changing, we see that they are very resilient. The entrepreneurs and investments in ventures are growing year on year, and particularly Latin America and the Caribbean, a realization that it's not just like single country markets, that these are founders that are, and Adrián knows that well, very well, that are really born with a global mindset and with an aspiration to become a solution for the 650 million people in reaching better, affordable, quality services in water and sanitation or in financial services, and that are quite ready to adopt new technology. And with one benefit, which is that the region doesn't have a lot of legacy in terms of digital and technological models, and so it can really leapfrog, just like we've seen with the Central Bank of Brazil sort of deploying PIX, instant payment solution that has reached more than 100 million people almost like in no time, and that has enabled so many fintechs and other solutions to build on top of that new capability. So a lot of talent, and also building on the endowment that the region has. And our president, Ilan Goldfajn, spoke earlier about that, how the region can become part of the global solution to common challenges like food security. And we know that the region is very well endowed, and we'll see some other examples after. But hey, it's hard, and that's why we're here as a multilateral development institution, and funding this earlier stage and understanding the risk-return profile of ventures at a very early stage requires a specialization, and this is why it's quite unique that the IDB Group has a dedicated arm with a dedicated team that understand that segment of the private sector, and bring in also knowledge and also connections to those ventures so that they can really scale faster, that we can learn a lot from what has not worked, and that we don't leave segments of the population that may be underinvested for many different reasons, like, for example, women-led founders, and really need a deliberate approach to make sure that we don't miss out on those opportunities. And if we don't do that, the people who will suffer are the most vulnerable, and we have a mission. Our mission is 100% focused on ensuring that we improve lives of poor and vulnerable population, and this is why we are being backed up by 40 countries in the world to do our work. And also climate will not be addressed, because we know that more than 40% of the new tech that needs to be developed is still untested, and so we really need to make sure that we work on the gaps that we see in the market. And now, interconnection of the systems and this theme of today, of Bid for the Americas, is very, very important. It's also important to ensure that we don't focus just on a one-size-fits-all of the response, and markets in terms of the venture system are very, very different degrees of maturity. So we work with fund managers, we also invest directly, but working with partners and fund managers that can do things like Cometa, which supports entrepreneurs who are here and want to internationalize in LATAM, or that are focused in some of the most nascent ecosystems like Pomona in Central America, or Monasis that has a tremendous track record, more than 140 companies, and with them having been able to back over 12 of the unicorns that are here in Latin America today. So having a range of partners through which we can ensure that we have a systemic impact in this next generation of promising companies in the region. Mindful that because most of them are native digital companies, we need to keep, again, standards and the foundations, a tech stack that allows for companies to be built on harmonized technology standards. And I mean, here in the EU, the AI Act is already in place. We want to make sure that we back up companies in Latin America and the Caribbean that could stand up to those standards already. And so that's what we're doing through some of these initiatives like FAIRLAC, or using those same standards for nature-based solutions through Natura Tech, which is being launched precisely today, and through a blockchain, layer 1 blockchain, which exists across the region called LACchain. Now, we're going to enter now soon in the conversation with Adrian on how also we can take all of these capabilities with greater focus on the deeper challenges, with a very programmatic approach, so that we don't sort of, as they say in English, spray and pray, but we really go deep in closing some of the social gaps, climate, and productivity gaps, the 3 priorities of the institutional strategy that our president mentioned earlier. And of course, that we do it together, that we maximize for every dollar that we deploy, that we really maximize the impact. I want to thank, and I want to show this because Ilan mentioned earlier this morning that in Spain alone, IDB Lab has worked with over 60 partners, and this is just a sample, public, private, academia, and we want to go even deeper. So for those countries that are members of IDB Lab, we don't just work because they are funding IDB Lab, we work because we want to go deep in developing strong partnerships that bring knowledge, that bring a standard, that help us bring this type of standards, that help us mobilize private capital to scale much more. All the companies, the more than 900 companies that we have backed up, so that they can have a greater impact. And thank you, particularly to all the European countries that are here, and all the other non-borrowing countries of the IDB that are part of IDB Lab, for helping us enter into this new phase, this new horizon that we have now with the recently approved funding for the next phase in the history of IDB Lab, a 30-year history, just like Casa de America. So now, Adrian, please, I want to welcome you to the stage, and we are going to dive into, first and foremost, an example that is almost 30, it's not quite 30 years old of partnership, but almost, because it's one of the earliest collaborations between IDB Lab, it was MIF at the time, and what was then a seed, but has become a tremendous engine to support entrepreneurial talent and growth, not just in Latin America and the Caribbean, but now globally. So, but since some of the people in our audience may not be familiar with Endeavor, maybe Adrian, you can start by telling us a little bit more about what it does.
Perfect. Well, Ilan, first and foremost, thank you for the invitation, and thanks for the support that you mentioned from IDB. I mean, we've been around for 27 years, and IDB was crucial in the start of both Endeavor and our venture arm, which is Endeavor Catalyst. Show of hands, who here knows what Endeavor is? Okay, fair amount, okay. I'll still do a small elevator pitch because I can't help myself. But in essence, what we are is a nonprofit. We're focused on what we call high-impact entrepreneurs. We started in Latin America. Our strongest presence is essentially in Latin America, where we're now operating in most of the region, Brazil, Mexico, Ecuador, Puerto Rico as well, Peru, Colombia. So we're throughout the region, Uruguay, Argentina. So we're quite present, except in the smaller countries. So the exceptions of maybe Ecuador, Puerto Rico, and Uruguay, most of the small countries we're still not present. We will one day. But in essence, why we do the supporting of these entrepreneurs and why we believe in that, why we're a nonprofit, is that we more than believe in this. We actually know by now, because we have data to prove it, that by supporting these entrepreneurs, we're supporting the economic development of the ecosystems in which we're present. No? So it's not only the job creation that these entrepreneurs stand for, but it's also what we call the multiplier effect, which goes on to becoming people that work in those companies become founders. These founders become serial founders. Where there's an exit or some kind of a liquidity event, they're investing and co-investing into founders, and they also become VCs, so they go from founder to funders, or they become major LPs in funds. So for us, that's the reality of what Endeavor is, and that's the reason why we do what we do, and we wake up every morning. A decade ago, we realized that we were doing a good job at selecting these companies, and some of them became major players. Think of Mercado Libre in Latin America, Globant in Latin America. So we have significant players and a couple of exits along the way, like Patagon.com, et cetera. But we realized we're doing a good job at selection, and we had something there, some ingredients to be able to set up a VC arm, which again, we called our friends at IDB, and we were able to do our anchoring of our first experimental fund, which back then was what? It was 10, 15 million, it was small. As of today, we have $520 million of assets under management. We're investing in 42 markets across the world. We have roughly 340 investments worldwide, out of which the core of them is Latin America. So that's my short elevator pitch.
And it is impressive, and I think this is the kind of systemic impact that we want to see in things that we help sort of spark. And there is also an evolution. So tell us, in the sense that some of the companies that are in your portfolio, like Clip on some of the unicorns, we were able to finance them together at a very early stage, and they've been maturing, obviously, and once they've reached a very much more mature growth stage, they become IDB Invest clients, the private arm of the IDB Group. We want to see more of that continue. Yeah. But that requires for a lot of more of those sort of success stories. And so what are some of the key ingredients, and particularly today in Latin America and the Caribbean, that you see to increase the chances of that happening?
So Adolfo's a great example from Clip, Adolfo Babatz. I mean, I think that's the kind of entrepreneur that we're looking for, Entrepreneur that actually is having a huge impact in the local ecosystem. Then he's actually thinking globally, thinking regionally, as far as LATAM, and putting his money where his mouth is, And with all the ups and downs that entrepreneurship has, we always see the headlines and becoming a unicorn and all that, but there's a ton of ups and downs along the way. But I think that Adolfo embodies that. A few months ago, we launched our Unicorn Founder Pathways mapping. We actually analyzed 50 entrepreneurs from emerging markets or underserved markets, and another 50 entrepreneurs from more mature markets. And we were looking at what were the trends of those entrepreneurs, what were the commonalities of those entrepreneurs before becoming founders of the companies that then became unicorns. And some of the things that we saw is that they're thinking internationally, so they've lived abroad. They've also experienced they've worked in other sectors that not only their own, and they're mostly also coming from STEM. They're studying engineering and the likes. But it's fascinating to see that we saw certain trends that are not common to see. So normally we think it's an MBA at an Ivy League. That's not the case. It's JP Morgan, I have JP Morgan, so I can actually say this proudly, no? But it's a former JP Morgan investment banker. It's not the case. Or a former BCG or McKinsey. It's not the case. I mean, yes, we do have exceptions that are amazing and they come from those backgrounds, but 80% of our successes are not driven by where they studied or what they did before, no?
So let's take it to a lot of those success cases, and Clip, by the way, is in the fintech space, are in fintech, in software as a service, in marketplaces. And they're also quite concentrated in Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Colombia. We want to make sure that we have, and we level up playing field, and we have enough opportunities also emerging from other parts of the region. And so, for example, for the Caribbean, one of the examples that I kind of ran through earlier, Caribe Equity, which we're doing thanks to the support of the European Union, and one of the great examples of a connection with the Global Gateway that was mentioned earlier. We are going to build capabilities for that hopefully first cohort of entrepreneurs like the founder of Clip, and see more of those examples emerging from the Caribbean. How do you look at those more nascent ecosystems from Endeavor?
So it's fascinating. That's where we need most help. I mean, Brazil and Mexico are going well, but we do need more help in finding resources in those ecosystems. But in essence, our core is having boots on the ground and being able to identify those entrepreneurs early on, and then obviously being able to identify the markets relatively early on. When we know that there's an inflection point, when certain things have already happened in the ecosystem that allow us to be able to be present and make a difference. No? So our entrance in Ecuador, for example, which is our most recent country within Latin America, that was due to that. No? We saw certain things that were already present there, and now we see great examples. We see Inspectorio, we see now Camina, so we see a couple of great examples out of Ecuador, no? Which you'd think is a relatively unlikely place, no? But we do need to see certain elements in the ecosystem before we can actually make a bet.
So Ecuador is one of the countries in that Global Entrepreneurship Monitor report I showed earlier that was highlighted as one of the fastest growing, and over 30% of adults setting up in ventures. What were some of the, when you say you saw certain things that were a signal of an inflection point, what were those?
So when we go into a market, we're obviously analyzing things like GDP, unemployment, what the venture ecosystem is looking like, but we're also looking at other things. No? If the private sector is going to be supportive of an initiative like this, no? For us it's very important because when we first landed in a country, the private sector needs to fully embrace the Office of Endeavor, no? And we actually had 10 corporate boards that decided, or corporate leaders that decided to sit on our boards. Some of them were family founders of family businesses, and some of them are just corporate executives that decided they wanted to bet on that. So that was, for us, very, very important, because if we have the corporate backing, we know we're already onto something. We need to see that there was at least some ingredients of venture, many of them thanks to actually IDB again, no? So you've actually been able to support some of the more nascent fund managers, no? But we already saw there was a bit of an ecosystem there, no? There were a couple of very timid accelerators, incubators that were already operating, no? And for us, that was already very telling of there is something there, no? And obviously we went in, we've been able to find, 6, 7 successful companies, actually 5 successful companies, 2 in the pipeline that we'll be selecting in the coming months. But it's a great story. It's the story of a country that you think is completely under the radar, but doing some absolutely outstanding things. Again, I'll go back to the example of Inspectorio. Inspectorio is like one of the leading companies in tech out of Ecuador. And they're Ecuador, but they're Ecuador-based because they were from there, but they have offices in Vietnam, in the US, in Europe.
What are they solving for?
Yeah, Inspectoria is actually doing all the traceability of all the, like, for example, where does the clothing come from? What is that? So they can do traceability of clothing. They can do traceability of when we were in COVID, traceability of where people are coming from, movements. So anything that has to do with movement traceability and being able to find the initial source, that's what Inspectoria is basically solving for in a very digital way. So garments is very easy because that's a nice example, but they're actually applying that to almost any industry.
And thank you for wearing a blazer, by the way. That was an exception for today. So thank you.
Yeah, for me, working at Endeavor is normally jeans and T-shirts. So being able to put a suit on was but anyway, my first communion suit still fits, so I was able to make it work yesterday.
That's impressive. But this example maybe is a good segue to how do you ensure and what do you do to make sure that that company and companies in which you invest do apply and adopt the right standards in terms of responsible use of tech? And also, what would you need to ensure that there is enough preparedness so that if they go international, they're not going to be caught unprepared because they cannot comply with the requirements, for example, here in Europe?
Yeah. For us, the key, and that's what Endeavor is 100% about, is mentoring, is having people that have already experienced that. And it's amazing to see extremely successful entrepreneurs, Adolfo being one of those, but there's so many others. I mean, we have 2,500 entrepreneurs in our portfolio. We just spoke about this one because you mentioned the name, no? They can actually tell you what you need to know in the period in which they are, no? And which is most likely 5 steps ahead of the other entrepreneurs. So for us, it's key that we can actually go to entrepreneurs and ask them the question and have them say, what was it like when you expanded into the US? What would you have done differently? Who would you speak with? From setting up an affiliate there to be able to recommend lawyers, corporate partners, etc. So for us, absolutely key is mentors. Sometimes those mentors are very specifically, they have specific knowledge on the sector, but most of the time it's entrepreneurs that have already done it, you know? And they've already expanded, it could be into a new vertical, it could be into a new country, it could be facing certain regulation, it's a fintech that's going abroad. We're seeing a lot of south to south right now, so we were discussing the case of eBanks, for example, from Brazil. They're now, eBanks is started in Brazil, started in Latin America, they're now all across Africa, in India, and looking to expand worldwide. So, but having these founders being able to learn, I mean, for example, the eBanks guy spoke a lot with the guys from dLocal in Uruguay, no? So there was a lot of, that mentoring is truly exceptional, and that's where they learn the most, because it's people that have already lived through it. No?
Well, dLocal for the payment companies that became a unicorn out of Uruguay, and we heard from Ines just earlier, no? Making such also a commitment as a country to emphasize the support to becoming an innovation hub. I think that's also a great signal for new entrepreneurs, but doing it, and we will be working together as part of the APEP with them in the accelerator program and also in AI, in the responsible use of artificial intelligence. So I think this is a good combination of sort of hands-on outfits like Endeavor that can really give that day-to-day mentoring support with these other actions that are from public policy to enabling conditions and the generation of standards. So I think that's something that perhaps we want to see more of. That said, there are other things that are happening and trends that are happening all around us that I want to know what you think of it and how you think you are preparing the founders, the 2,500 founders that you support for that. And that is the big techs alone, 5, 6, they are investing annually more than $250 billion in innovation. NVIDIA alone, 10 billion. Most of it is their own and acquiring companies. So tell us, how do you see that trend, and how do we ensure that we don't generate an over-concentration or and enough opportunities for entrepreneurs to actually become something before they are acquired?
It's a great question, and I wish I had a more concrete answer. I mean, many times we think of entrepreneurs being very opportunistic and wanting to scale their businesses and sell it and become tech billionaires. It's far from the case. Most of the time they just want to scale a business, and they're very proud of the business they're scaling, and they want to be able to keep that business. No? The only thing is that if a big tech comes to you with a significant check, it's really hard to be able to deviate. We've seen cases in which entrepreneurs were far from willing to sell their companies, and they came with a 8-time valuation of their latest round, which would happen months earlier, how do you say no to that? No, so it's one of those hard things. But it is true that in most of the times, in most of the cases, there is an aspiration of being able to build something bigger, and that's where us again. I'm going back to the mentorship. No, if we can get Marcos Galperin from Mercado Libre to tell them, no, you can actually build something global out of this and feel the pride of that, or Globant, no, Martin Nigoya or Guiber, no, and have them be able to showcase that you can build something significant and global out of your respective country. That's a bit what we're aspiring. So for us, it's a bit of putting those role models up there, and our entrepreneurs realize that they can become that. Having said that, I've seen cases in which the entrepreneur was 100% sold and bought into wanting to scale the business and take it for, and all of a sudden, big tech comes with a ridiculous number. I've had a conversation. What is a ridiculous number? 500 million. Okay, I'm going to say 700. It's ridiculous. Unfortunately, it does happen. And it's unavoidable when you're dealing with the day-to-day of scaling a business, and you've gone through the ups and downs of scaling. Sometimes when that check comes in, you have other conditions, obviously investors as well. But if you think about these funders, sometimes for the founders, it's difficult to say no to those. As much as they have the leadership and the mentoring, it's hard to say no.
Well, I mean, we're here in the launch of Bid for the Americas. We do want to encourage more opportunities for homegrown entrepreneurs in the region to scale faster and to have enough.
I will say though that capital does get significantly reinvested. So the great thing of those exits normally does mean that a founder is normally going to be out and about for the next 3-4 months, and then they're going to go back in the trenches. They want to build something else, and then most likely they're going to be reinvesting as a fund, as an LP. So it is significantly reinvested. We've seen whenever there's one of those significant cases, we've seen it. I don't know if you remember the case, but this is not in Latin America, but in the Middle East and Pakistan. Well, actually UAE, but Careem was acquired by Uber for well over $1 billion. It was far from the objective of the Careem guys, but the reinvestment has been outstanding. I mean, if you look at the 3 founders from the UAE, from Saudi, and from Pakistan, all the 3 of them have relocated to the respective markets and are now pushing new initiatives in their markets. So that's been amazing development for Pakistan, amazing as well in KSA and UAE. You know, so we have seen that becomes reinvestment. So there's a silver lining to it.
Maybe just because we have a couple minutes just to close, but we cannot not talk about failure. How do you confront it, see it, and
it's unfortunately part of the reality. You know, I mean, we're very proud of the unicorns, and it's funny, unicorns, which is always we always tell founders that one of the only metrics that you can control is valuation in the end. No, so it's not, that should not be you should not drive towards being a unicorn, although most of the time it's like the check I've gotten there. But the other flip side is those failures. No, the thing with failures is that I've seen certain failures that I would not consider as failures, in the sense that, yes, the business went under, and yes, it meant that the investors did not recuperate their capital, but at the same time, those have become very meaningful examples in the region. There has been a very clear multiplier. People that work there set up companies. The founder becomes a serial founder. You see the case of Rappi in Latin America. Rappi comes from a previous failure now, which other cases are there in Latam? I'm blanking right now on others. Corner Shop as well, which was also sold to Uber in the end, was also coming from another failure in Chile. So we have several cases. I mean, but I could pinpoint a few. I mean, in all over the world, we have Altruist, we have Ketopi, we have Lucky. I can enumerate several. So for me, failure is relative. I mean, yes, it's failure, but if the entrepreneur is able to overcome that, move on, and go on to the next, it's actually a success.
Well, on that note, and just to let you know, really, obviously, we are also eager to continue working on learning from those things, and also learning about new subjects. So we just published the mental health study, and working on new frontiers, new markets, because we want to do all of this and this support to drive impact, social, climate, productivity. And I want to thank you very much for being such a great partner for 27 years and coming. Thank you.
No, thanks to you, and thanks to the IDB teams.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and thank you very much, Irene and Adrián, for these valuable insights. Before to move forward, I would like to say hello, welcome, and thank you to all those people who are watching us live right now through streaming, through the Casa de America website, also in YouTube channel for BID, Bit for the Americas. We are live and streaming since 9 o'clock this morning, so hello to everybody who's at home watching us through the computer or your mobile. Okay, we're gonna move on now, and we're gonna talk about the clean energy sector, which is very, very important. This panel will explore the investment opportunities in renewable energy across Latin America. This is a very hot point. Our panelists for this session are Felix Fernandez Show, who is Director for Latin America, the Caribbean, and Relations with all overseas countries and territories, Director General for International Partnerships, European Commission. Welcome. Hi, welcome. Next panelist will be Benoit Felix, Global Head for Structured Finances, Santander Corporate and Investment Banking, Spain. Welcome. We receive now to Fabio Terra. He's a Special Advisor, Minister of Finances, Brazil. Thank you. And Rodrigo Urquiza, Head of International First Unit, Minister of Mining, Chile. As you can see, we have a very, very international panelist. And this is our last one today. To moderate this session, please welcome to Päivi. Let's say how to say this last name because it's so difficult. He will help me, right? Päivi Pohjanheimo. Pohjanheimo, welcome. Welcome. She's Director of International Affairs at the Finland Chamber of Commerce. Päivi, please. It's your place. Yes. Thank you. Welcome.
Qué gusto de estar. Qué gusto de estar de vuelta.
So nice to be back in Madrid, and for a unanimous decision of this panel, it was decided that the discussion will be held in English.
Panel on clean energy, we are really totally aware that we stand before the lunch. So we are going to carry that responsibility with strictness. But it's going to be very interesting, I'm sure, the discussion for you. So we focused on clean energy investments in Latin America and Caribbean region. And as was already introduced, the region presents immense opportunities for clean energy investments with its abundant renewable resources, critical minerals, and growing demand, of course, for sustainable solutions. And European companies, with their cutting-edge expertise in clean energy technologies and innovations, are very well positioned to capitalize on these opportunities. And as we all are aware that further global development and global economic growth, we need global digital and clean transition. And policymakers and markets can support and complement each other. And to finance the digital and clean transition, public-private partnerships are the needed platforms. And when the companies bring the solutions, they as well need financial institutions to achieve sometimes a level playing field of competition. Taking into account the current geo-economic world, that is the context that we are now facing different challenges. I'm very happy to moderate this panel, and wow, it seems to me that it's an all-male panel. But I think that summing up these two consecutive panels that we have had, the IDB has achieved the gender balance. But with the responsibility of a time schedule in our mind, let's get started. Benoit Felix, Global Head of Structured Finance, Santander Corporate and Investment Banking. We start with you. What does Santander view as the greatest untapped opportunities for clean energy investing in Latin America, and how well positioned are European investors to capitalize on them? Over to you.
Thank you, Päivi, and very nice to hear me. No? Hello? Yeah, no, it works.
Yeah.
Thank you, Perry, and thank you very much for the invitation. Very happy to be here. Before answering your question, just me, explain why Santander is here today. So apart from being one of the largest partner of IDB in the region, I think you all know that Santander is actually a Spanish Ecuador-based bank with a massive presence in Latin America. So I guess we are a fair representative of this movement of investment from Europe to this region. And obviously we are a large player in Chile and Brazil, not to mention the other countries. But maybe something you don't know is that actually Santander is one of the largest infrastructure bank in the world. And actually we are the leader in renewable financing. So last year we ended up being the #1 bank in the world to finance renewable projects. And just to give you a sense of what we're doing, we finance more or less 15 gigawatts of new capacity every year. And obviously a big chunk of it is actually deployed in Latin America. So to answer your question, what are the untapped or the tapped, but we've still a lot of potential opportunities in the energy transition. So we try to summarize or to group it in different groups. The first one is quite obvious, is every single energy transition play starts with clean and green energy. So the first thing that we have to deploy on a global basis, and in particular in LATAM, is to have more green power. And actually that's something that we've been doing for the last 10 years. I mean, it's not something new. And I think my colleagues will elaborate, but I've been done, in Brazil or in Chile. So we need more of those. We need more renewable projects. We need more wind, more PV, maybe a little bit more hydro. And that's something that, by the way, the European investors have been doing for many years. So that's the first, I would say, not untapped, but still opportunity with a huge potential. The second one, which is probably the new kid in the family, is everything around I would say, hydrogen and derivatives. So once we got this energy, what do we do with this energy? And one of the answer is actually we're going to transform this energy into electrons or into molecule, so hydrogen or ammonia. And part of it will be used on the ground, but part of it could be exported. And I think that's the main opportunity I see for Latin America is we're going to transform a local business model from a local plus export model. And that's pretty much what the Euro Commission and other countries are looking at, is how to take advantage of this huge potential of cheap and renewable energy to actually transform it into something that can be exported. So green hydrogen, green ammonia, and maybe Felix will elaborate, there's a lot of projects going on right now, in particular in those two countries. The third one is actually linked to the materials, to the raw materials that are needed for the energy transition. I think Rodrigo will elaborate on mining. So we need lithium, we need copper, and guess what? Huge reserves in Latin America. So we're going to see new projects developing in this area. The fourth one is pretty much starting, but I think there's a huge potential. It's everything related to the nature-based carbon capture projects. And obviously the training that's going to happen around the CO2 certificates for those people that will need to compensate their emissions. And obviously being the place of the Amazons and the likes, this is a natural place for developing this kind of projects. It is starting, so we start to see the first transactions, but I think the potential is just massive. And I would say that the last but not least category is everything around I would say, real transition for locals around, efficient buildings, EV mobility, EV charging, et cetera, et cetera. And this is probably maybe the last to come in terms of timing, but obviously it has a huge importance on the day life of the people in this country. So that's, I would say, the landscape, as you can see, there is a lot of opportunities. Now the question is when we're gonna be able to tap that, and how we can accelerate this, because as you may know, this transition is a global theme. Capital is global as well. So Latin America will have to attract this capital in order to develop those projects. And today, other geographies in the world have similarities in terms of cheap energy, resources, etc. So the capital will fly to the best projects. So the best project is, I would say, the best risk return from an investment perspective. And same story on the banks. So one of the objectives that we are facing today with IDB and with the European Union is to accelerate this movement by providing instruments that, and I think Nadia Calvino mentioned it before, we need to de-risk at some point to make sure that the private capital comes to finance this huge amount of capex that are going to be needed.
Thank you, Benoit. You created a very suitable, conducive context for Rodrigo, because we would like to hear from you. How is Chile fostering sustainable mining practices and attracting foreign investment in renewable energy projects?
Thank you. My approach is, in Chile, something that is very characteristic is the stability of the rules. We are a very law-minded country. I have to confess, I'm a lawyer, so I'm very happy to have that kind of stability in the country. The institutions, based on the regulations, based on the law, are the way we approach all the challenges. As probably everyone knows, we have a very sensitive social issue a few years ago. And even though this could be very disruptive for investors, all the process was resolved through institutionality. So that's a key factor regarding Chile. The institutions works, and the people trust on the institutions. And by now, in the case of mining, we've been working for many years in order to make all the process easier and faster, especially considering that most of the investors, in the case of mining, that are huge amounts of money, and the risk of the business is by itself risky, to get certainty is fundamental. So if you want to invest in mining, you have to do a long-term investment. And the procedures to get the license and to succeed in the exploitation takes a long time. And that is worldwide. It's not just a Chilean case. But Chile has been working in order to reduce the permitting, for instance. There is a commitment by the current government to reduce the timing 30% in the process, making more efficient all the processes. Sometimes you have to ask some permission in one institution that is very focused on labor, for instance, and the other one is focused on safety, but you can merge them in a more efficient process. We are working on that currently. So it's one of the ways we are trying to boost the mining process. And we are stressed in doing that because of the critical minerals. Not long ago, when we heard about the critical minerals, we thought about rare earth, nothing else. Now we heard about lithium. Fortunately, we have lithium, a lot of lithium. But now also we have, as a critical mineral, the copper. And we have a lot of copper. So in that regard, we are working by this year in the critical minerals policy. And we are working with the IDB on that process. We started talking and delivering some ideas with the IDB last year, and we have the project already in progress to be developed this year. So the objective of this policy is to get the best practices around the world on how to manage critical minerals. Considering we are here in Spain, we have just finished the modernization of the agreement between the EU and Chile, which is, I would say, the most sophisticated agreement in the world. And I would also say it's the only one who has reached an agreement on critical minerals too. So we have already a draft on an action plan on moving forward on these issues, because there's a huge challenge regarding this panel, which is clean energy. Everyone is talking about the energy transition, and many international entities are not very happy with mining. Mining has a dark spot in the history, but to get into transition, the energy transition, we need minerals and metals. So now we have to discover that there is bad mining, but we have a very high standard mining. In the case of Chile and Brazil also, mentioning my colleague here, we have a very high standards on doing mining. We need to fulfill all the energy transition, more minerals and metal than in the last 10,000 years. So we are lacking on minerals and metals. We need to move forward.
Thank you, Rodrigo. We will dig deeper even over the second round, but thank you for sharing the crucial elements on sustainable mining, where Chile truly is a front runner. I want to kind of now continue with the EU, because we have with us Felix. You are the Director for International Partnerships at the European Commission, and as the European Commission spearheads the Global Gateway Investment Agenda to bolster economic cooperation with strategic partners, how does it view investment opportunities across Latin America and the Caribbean's energy sector?
Well, it is I think they've already mentioned, my predecessors, how complex it is. But there's one thing we need to stop saying about Latin America and the Caribbean, is that it has everything we need. Because not everything we need is it has everything they need. One of the big problems we're going to have, and the presidents and heads of state of Latin America and the Caribbean were very clear last year in the summit, is we don't want to continue the primarization of the Latin American and Caribbean economy. What we want is added value. What we want is to industrialize. So we don't want just people to come in, dig the lithium. Well, in fact, you don't dig the lithium, you process it. For those of you who are not fully aware, lithium is not mining, it's chemical processing. Copper is mining. But what they want is to use the capacities they have and the minerals they have and all the different possibilities that everybody says they have. They want to use it for themselves. But for that, they need capital and they need technology. And they also need standards. And these are the three things that, in my view, are at the basis of what the Union can offer through the Global Gateway, which is a way of calling it nicely, but in fact is, if we are going to start producing green hydrogen in Latin America, and that green hydrogen is only done or produced to export it to Europe, but not to use it in Latin America, we will not have done a good deal. We will have done a good deal for us, but we will not have done, and the Latin Americans will not have a good deal, because what they need and what they want is to go on that process of industrialization so they can use the green hydrogen. Same thing goes for lithium. How do you explain, or how Latin America is going to explain that in the near future one of the biggest jumps forward on decarbonization, we're speaking about clean energy, but I'm going a bit into decarbonization, is going to be urban and interurban transport. You have just heard, President Petro of Colombia has said he wants to make, one of the points he wants to make in his CELAC presidency is railways. This stuff we know very well in Europe. But they are, if they want to decarbonize, they have to electrify or they have to hydrogenize because they're not going to run the locomotives and the buses on diesel anymore. And they are producing all the minerals necessary to produce the batteries, but they don't see it. They're just putting them away. They're just, somebody's taking them out. So I think the big contribution that Europe can do for this green transition is to support Latin America and the Caribbean in the process of industrializing and joining into a value chain with Europe to decarbonize and industrialize what they can do and what they need for their own transition. When you look at that on clean energy, there are two big issues, including green hydrogen, of course, but one of them is renewables. Everybody talks about renewables. We all know that Latin America is big on conventional renewables, but lately we have a little problem. It's that the climate is changing and the water is not as frequent as everybody thought it was going to be. Look at Spain. So they need to start adjusting and investing in renewables. But they are already finding a second problem that we are already finding here in Europe. And I was given the other day a nice quote, which I'm going to use, is there will be no transition if there is no transmission. So one of the problems that we have in Latin America is everybody's trying to produce renewable energy, a lot of it, but they need to get it out. They need to start working on transmission inside the countries. In some countries, there is a big disconnect between separate areas of the country, and some countries are completely isolated from the rest of their neighbors in terms of energy. There's no energy transmission. Therefore, you cannot produce more renewable energy because you cannot take it anywhere. And these are the type of discussions that we're going to start having, and we're starting to have with the likes of IDB, EIB, with governments in Chile, in Peru, in Colombia, because that's the second point that President Petro has said for his presidency of the CELAC, and therefore for our next summit, EU-CELAC, in 2025. The big other issue is energy transition, clean energy transition. How do we look at this? Again, capital, technology, regulation, and standards. And if you put all these things together, what you get is a massive investment, like Brazil and Chile are doing, and other countries, on jobs of the future, on qualification, on vocational training. You don't electrify your urban buses if you don't have people who know what they're talking about. You need people that know what they're talking about. And this is where I think we, with the likes, for example, of Santander, we are talking a lot to Santander for the reason Benoit explained very well, but we're also with the EIB, with the IDB, European companies. We are starting to look at this. How do we bring this discussion on industrialization, capital, technology, standards for the clean energy transition? How do we put the money, put the de-risking that both presidents of banks were talking a minute ago? How do we put that de-risking at the service of promoting this clean energy transition in Latin America and the Caribbean, knowing that what they are going to do is no different than what we are doing here in Europe, is we are pushing the society to a place which is expensive. Why? Because it's cheaper to produce energy the way we do it now than the way we want to do it in the future, in general. So this is where I think the whole conversation needs to go. Where does Latin America want to go, and how can we assist them in doing that, also helping ourselves?
Thank you so much, Felix, for these tangible, very tangible messages. Let's continue to Brazil, where very ambitious and large-scale reform and investment program continue on the green and sustainable transition. Fabio, What specific policies or initiatives have powered the exponential rise in investment in solar power generation in your country?
Thank you, Paivan. I want to say thank you and to my panel mates here, and good afternoon to you all. Buenas tardes, boa tarde. And let me also say very much thank you for BID or BID, as we say in Brazil. So in this panel, we are talking about clean energy, and Brazil has a very good position in this topic because last year we had, in terms of electrical power generation, 93% of renewable and clean energy in the country, okay? And most of that, almost half of that, comes from water, hydro power supply. But as Felix told us a few minutes ago, we are having in the world climate change. And this has changed the season of raining in Brazil. And the first really strong drought that we had in Brazil was in 2001. It's called apagão, like there is no electricity. And since then, we started some programs to not depend very much only on water, as it was a few times ago. So what has Brazil done since this drought in 2001, 2002? Well, we first built some thermoelectrical power stations, which we know are dirty energy, but they were built on the urgency. And also we created a very good grid. So the problem that you said, Felix, which is quite true, transmission is not that good in a lot of countries in Latin America, or even in the States, for example. They don't have a good grid. Brazil has a very good grid. And grid was the second measure that we took to face off droughts that would make some kinds of shortage of water to produce energy. But anyway, so to keep that nice grid that we built, it is costly. So we started to wonder how could we make a cheapening in the price of energy in Brazil, because Brazil produces energy quite cheap, but the transmission is expensive because of this big grid. And so around 2012, Brazil started a program that facilitated the use of household photovoltaic or solar cell, the use of the excess of energy that these households' energy production could put the excess of energy in the grid. How did we do that? Well, we created what we call there in Brazil the energy compensation, or we can call it energy credit. So households that produce energy, they can give energy to the grid and they receive some credit that make their bills of energy cheaper. In most cases, they do not pay anything for energy, okay? So this is a twofold thing. From the point of view of the government, the solar power production was seen as a kind of reliable supply of energy to face off the problems that we have regarding the water production of energy. From the point of view of consumers or household production, this was a way of making it cheaper, the energy bill. So it's a twofold, it's a gain, 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 okay? Because of that, Brazil has increased a lot its supply of solar energy. I can tell you that in the last 5 years, since 2019, we have expanded the production of solar power in 32 gigawatts. Only 2023, last year, we increased the production of solar power in Brazil in 12 gigawatts. So it's a huge expansion. It's such a huge expansion that the problem that we face now in Brazil is that there is no demand enough to consume all the energy that Brazil has capability of producing right now. I'm not talking about potential, I'm talking about now. So this was the formula that we made. We had problems, and we solved these problems by giving kind of market solutions to them.
Thank you, Fabio. Benoit, you shared with us earlier on the untapped potential that you have identified from Santander in the region for further cooperation, and you also touched upon already on the cooperation that you have with IDB. But I would like to ask whether you shared with us what are the key risk factors that Santander consider when evaluating clean energy investments in the region, and how could they be and can be mitigated?
So I guess the part of the answer is actually not related to Latin America. Is pretty much something that we do for every single project we look at. You need to analyze a lot of risk, and we can regroup them in several categories. The first group, I would say, is about regulation, stability of the jurisdiction, the strength of the institutions, which is actually translated into the legal framework. Can you trust on a 30 years, 40 years investment, the regulation institutions? Regulation is part of that, and we will need regulation for some of the new asset classes we were mentioning, not only in Latin America, by the way, on the other side as well. I mean, on hydrogen, for instance, we need to have standards, golden standards, world standard. We need to have regulation that is stable and the same for all. In that block, I would put as well the permitting. That's something we take a lot of look at, especially on the environmental side of the thing. The second block is, I would say, the technical risk. So in that one, you put the technology. Is the technology new, tested, scaled? Who are the players? So do we have the right partners on our project? We need to make sure that, once again, you know how to develop it, to build it, to operate it. Might be different people, by the way, but you just need to make sure that you have, for every single step, the right people. And on that front, once again, we are facing new challenges because we are talking about molecules that we were not used to see. So we know about PV because we've been doing PV for 25 years. We know wind for the same reason. Green hydrogen is pretty new for everybody. We know about hydrogen, but we don't really know about green hydrogen with intermittency on producing it. So there is some challenges there. There are problems of supply chain. I would keep it here as well. So you need to make sure that you can build a project from A to Z. You can build the local knowledge that you need to run a project. It's not the same thing to run a green hydrogen plant in the middle of Brazil than do it in Europe. So you need to make sure that you have the road, the people that is trained, that is there for the entire life of the project. And the third group of risk is actually, I would say, more financial risk. So do we have the right business model? And I think that's something we need to be very careful of. As we said before, I mean, a lot of those things are very volatile. We are seeing it in Spain, in particular, with the electricity price. Right? Last year it was like 200, now it's 0. It came up. I mean, we are entering into a very volatile world, and we just need to make sure that the huge investment that we are making, that the taxpayers are making as well, are actually viable on the short, medium, and long run. So in terms of financial risk, I would say business model, I would say FX risk, which is actually one of the most challenging one in Latin America in general. So the good news, I would say, is for all those plays around transition, the dollarization of the energy is going to help in a way, but still a lot of cost or supply chain will be in local currency, and this risk is difficult or very costly to hedge on the long run. And that's one of the things actually that we are looking at carefully with IDB, IFC, or AIB, for instance. And obviously the refinancing risk at some point, you're talking about very long-term investment. You need to finance them on a long-term basis. Question is, can we raise cheap capital or cheap enough capital to make it viable on the long term? And we were discussing in previous panels solutions around capital market solutions. So we need to develop the bond markets for mature projects. We need to de-risk, so we need to find the instruments to de-risk projects very early. But then we need also a lot of collaboration of public-private. So, in Brazil, Fabio didn't mention, but BNDES has played an amazing role in actually financing the projects he was mentioning. IDB, IFC, EIB now in Latin America as well are going to be key to actually make it work and make sure that we have a seal of quality on those projects. But they will also help to make sure that we have the right standards. They will help to develop the capital markets, which is, at the end of the day, from a financing perspective, the end of the game. I mean, these MDBs will need to be here at the very start to take care of some risk, then the banks to finance construction, but then the big money, so the institutional investors, the pension funds, etc., they will be the one that should finance those assets on a very long term and create value for all the stakeholders.
Thank you so much. And as time flies, I would like to kind of jump directly to you, Rodrigo, taking into account the kind of assessed by Benoit. What advice you would give for the European companies, how they would be able to succeed in the competition in your country when interested in partnering with Chilean companies? In your previous contribution, you already shared on the sustainable values and ESG agenda that you respect.
Yes, I would like to recall what Felix just said, and I think it's a huge evolve of the relationship between Chile and the EU. The value chain is not only as long before just getting the natural resources and that's it, I give you the money. Now we have a stronger relationship. It's more a partnering than just going to buy some grocery. And that makes a huge difference. So I would say that's the key point of it. Actually, last year we signed a new agreement on raw materials, critical minerals. And the idea is to booster the relationship between the EU and Chile on that regard. But something that it's been quite tricky is that the European Union is not so united when they go to Chile to invest in the way of reaching the business itself. For instance, last year on the lithium issue, the government delivered a bidding process to get processed lithium at a very preferential price, and no European company got those quota. Asian companies got it. The competition is huge. We are delivering a new quota this year, and this quota is going to last until 2043 of lithium processed. And the only condition you have to give is to produce value chain in the country. So it's not so huge. And we've been talking with different countries coming to Chile asking for this process. And we said, if you come alone, each company, you're not going to win. And they started to think, yeah, we're the European Union, we have everything to go together in a joint venture from Europe. But that was curious because it looks like it should be natural, but it wasn't. Each of the European companies were coming for that quota by themselves. And the competition globally is very hard to beat. So in my perspective, we have to move forward in this, as Felix says, in this more partnership rather than just going to the grocery to buy minerals.
Exactly. And over to you, Felix. You already mentioned earlier in your comments that it's mainly about partnerships that we need to talk here because we share the same goals and they are global goals. So would you like to continue on that a little bit on the policy dialogue and advocacy work that EU has kept on working on?
Yeah, well, I'm going to follow. We did not coordinate, Rodrigo and I, but he gave me a good cue because I can already say that we're going to organize a business mission on critical raw materials to Chile later this year, precisely to bring a group of companies, banks, public banks, private banks, like the ones that we have already done in other countries, precisely with this idea in view, is to present to Chile, I wouldn't say a coordinated front, but rather a coordinated partnership where we say, what do you need? And here's what we need. We know that the union is complicated. I know it very well. But at the same time, more and more countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are asking for this kind of combination that we need to put together. And it's not only about the policy dialogue, it's about the policy dialogue, it's about the standards, it's about the value chain, it's about the investment. You cannot speak on green energy or green transition or critical raw materials if you don't have people at the table. And it's not just the European Commission or a Santander or any other company or any other government that can do it, because we in Europe, we don't have the habit of working together on critical raw materials, which is one of the challenges of the future for the European Union, is how do we do this? And hence, for example, we have just launched the Critical Raw Materials Act, strategic projects process, I got it right, this kind of European Commission talk that nobody understands, but it's about selecting projects that are strategic for the Union in terms of generating a value chain inside Europe and outside Europe. But I would also like to add a couple of comments also, because I think we're also throwing the ball at each other. There are two other issues that I would like to illustrate on energy and on clean energy. First, I think Fabio said it, but also Benoit hinted at it, the bond market. Green bonds. We are launching this year a big adventure with 6 development banks of the European Union, supported in Latin America and the Caribbean by IDB, where we're going to start looking at green bond emissions in Latin America and the Caribbean, in other places of the world too. We're going to start looking at how these green bond emissions are going to have a pipeline, and they're going to be green. They're going to be green in a way that people like Santander will tell their investors, you need to buy this because your green KPI go up, because the Commission is saying these bonds are green according to European methodology. It is not they are green according to Europe. It's they've been labeled green by Chile, by Brazil, by Mexico, or by Colombia, following a methodology that is similar to our methodology. Therefore, when they say it's green for them, we say you can put it as green for you, which then allows European investors looking for green KPIs to go and work on these green bonds. That's the first part. The second part also on transitioning, and then back to the green hydrogen and whether the molecule can be transported. We all know that everybody's looking for how to transport and how to do green hydrogen. I just come from the Caribbean. Yes, I've landed this morning. I come from a big conference of SIDS, Small Island Developing States, One of the things we're working on in the Caribbean is the production of green hydrogen in the island, close to the place where it's going to be used. It's not efficient because producing green hydrogen is less energy efficient than producing renewable energy tout court. But at the same time, in an island where you have scarce resources, and particularly in the Caribbean where you have plenty of, let's say, hurricanes, let's say clearly, having a storage capacity based on renewable energy is a very good idea. Why? Because it not only allows to be climate resilient or hurricane proof, it also allows not to bear the cost of transport because you're producing where you're going to use it. And that's, I think, another big advantage of what we are piloting. Now, all these things, these are new technologies. We have a couple of companies working on it. But of course, these technologies are clearly off the market. If you put this thing into the price tag in a small Caribbean island, the price of the kilowatt will explode. So one of the things we're doing with a number of the governments is we are working to find an adequate price, and we are probably going to be part of the financial scheme with the EIB and with other development banks to make sure that the price is reasonably inside so that the green hydrogen introduction in the islands is not a very expensive and therefore unpopular kind of proposition. So that's the type of thing more specifically that we're doing to push the needle.
Very, very concrete. And local production, of course, is one of the kind of elements in trying to gain more security of supply. Would you like to share something on the upcoming plans of Brazil in this respect? And considering the time, you need to be putting it in a nutshell, please. Fabio, over to you.
Yes, the sound is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah? So thank you, Pavy. So Brazil has launched last year a big plan that we call the Ecological Transformation Plan. So Brazil is not only trying to make energy transition, because I don't know if you know, but the main carbon issue in Brazil is deforestation. It's not industry, it's not transport, it's deforestation. And so when we talk about decarbonization in the country, we do not need to change our energy matrix, not all the energy matrix. So the energy transition is a part of the whole plan regarding the ecological transformation. It is a pillar among other 6 pillars. Okay. So in this plan, this plan is either creating or changing some law landmarks, some legislation, and I can list a few of them here. It is creating the Brazilian carbon market. It is creating the Brazilian taxonomy. We were talking about that. It is creating a program that we call the Future Fuel, in which Brazil will be leading the production of biodiesel, in which we will have a leading position in the sustainable aircraft fuel. We have also the offshore wind power generation. Brazil has the biggest potential in the world regarding this kind of generation, and it is the 3rd greatest power producer in Brazil already. We are creating, just as Chile, our critical minerals landmark. I know that Rodrigo is in close talk to our Ministry of Mining and Energy. So Brazil has launched this ecological transformation plan, and we believe that this plan is what will drive Brazilian development. And for sure, Felix, you are right. We are thinking of, it is a pillar of the plan, the deepening of technology there to create and to integrate ourselves in better positions in the value chain creation in the world. We are not trying to close the doors. We are trying, and we are like the government is driving us to make the best match in what we can add value with partners from all over the world, including for sure Europe in general. And just to make a bridge here, Benoit, you told, I promise that I'm finishing, Benoit, you told about BNDES, and the bank is the great funder, the great lender of funding to finance the ecological transformation in the country. Time's up.
Thank you, excellent. Thank you all the panelists. It has been really enlightening. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Félix, Benoit.
Well, thank you very much, Pavy, Felix, Benoit, Fabio, Rodrigo. Thank you for getting hands on ground, talking about green energy.
This was our last panel, and I would like to thank you very especially for being part of this. Today was it is a very special day for us. Actually, it's a true milestone for the Bid for America's relationship with Europe, and you make it possible also being here, so thank you very much. We would like to invite you now to continue this conversation with a nice Madrillian Spanish lunch, if you like to. Lunch will be served upstairs on the ground floor, the same building, and I think it will be a great opportunity to continue with the conversation with some of the fellows that have been attending and discuss these exciting ideas and opportunities maybe that we have presented today. Hope you enjoyed, you find it very useful. Thank you very much. Buenas tardes. Bienvenidos a Madrid y hasta siempre.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Madrid. You're always welcome here.